coming into this meeting. I know we're going to have a great collaborative session, and we're very much looking forward to presenting to you all. Also want to thank the teams that are there today, as well as everyone in the background. We really pulled together, and I had such tremendous support for folks when we asked them to take a hard look at numbers and find ways to save money and reduce costs. Each and every time we got tremendous help in that area. So just wanted to say those words. I know we have a lot in store for the day. So with that, I'm going to introduce Kathy Leader, who will be presenting the next couple of slides.
With that, I'm going to turn it over to the chair of the.
Oh, sorry,
it's the director.
Okay,
Chair Harrington.
I think we need to just take roll call first before Kathy begins everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harrington. Community member Alan Jesse. Community member Andy Hogan.
Present.
Community member Terry Song.
Present.
Community member Elaine Stewart.
Present.
Commissioner or Director Schneider.
Here.
Director Treese.
Here.
Director Vi.
Present.
Director Willie.
Here.
Director Harrington.
Here.
And we'll keep an eye out for Nisa George and note when she comes. And then, as the chair had mentioned, just key your mics to get the green light when you're ready to talk, and then turn it off. You have full control. Over to you, Ms. Leader.
So for Kathy Leader, Chief Financial Officer for Clean Water Services. The first action of the Budget Committee today is the election of the presiding officer or chair for the Budget Committee. Do I have a nomination for that position?
I nominate Andy Hogan. Hogan? Second.
I second.
We have a nomination second. Is there any discussion? Then move to vote. All in favor as Andy as chair of the Budget Committee today, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
Thank you, Andy.
You're very welcome.
So today's Budget Committee meeting and the budget before you has been prepared in accordance with Oregon budget law. That's Oregon Revised Statute 294-305 through 294-565. The duties of the Budget Committee today is first to hear the budget message presented by staff, to take any public comment, this is a public hearing, and finally to deliberate and approve a budget for 26-27 for the Clean Water Services. The budget will then go to the board in June for a public hearing once again and adoption of that budget. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Rick Shanley to give an overview of the budget message.
Thank you, Kathy. So the budget message is found on pages 11 through 21 of the budget book. I'll give some statements about the message, and then Kathy will as well. And want to start with just an overview of the message itself. It really is proactive policy development that lays the foundation for the budget, financial management, and rates. A few items I want to focus on as we dive in. It's really the work of the culmination of a year's time. It's something we've been focused on all year, not just the past few months, as you might expect when it came to budget time. Work started with feedback we received from you and all this time last year, and a desire to start that process sooner. We did institute financial controls that focused on careful management. We communicated about those controls, undertook a hard look at what it costs to do our business, rate setting, as well as our reserves policy. And we developed policy with the board to bring transparency. I'm still on the first slide. I'll let you know when to move it ahead. Thank you. We work to inform and get input from partners along the way. And across this presentation, you'll see examples of how we've been adaptive, responsive, and planful to meet permit obligations and deliver efficiently for our ratepayers. Okay, next slide, please. So on the policies themselves, we developed the first cost of services study as you are all aware, that had been done since 2008. Rate development study followed from that. We really took a look at the different buckets of money, local versus regional, sanitary versus swim, and feel like we've got a great comprehensive analysis that served as a sturdy and robust framework for what we're presenting to you today. We worked with the board and adopted policies on cost allocation methodology and reserves, as well as regulatory reporting of expenditures. And upcoming is our planned billing study to review the potential for customer assistance programs. Next slide, please. So partnership and communication. We've certainly heard from the board over this past year how important it is to be transparent with our member cities, our co-implementer cities, as well as our ratepayers. I want to thank the mayors, council members, and city staff for not only taking the time to participate in the state of our partnership presentations, our rate development presentations, but also really being very welcoming, engageful when we met with them and having great questions. We've worked as well with external communications for our ratepayers, with bill inserts, press releases, website updates, and so forth. So again, want to and need to thank our comms team for their very diligent effort. We continue, I think, to make great strides. We are very proud of the work we've done with respect to budgets. We think our rates are very effective and cost effective. You'll see that as we do our presentation, and getting the word out on that has been very important as we move forward. Okay, next slide. So one thing we want to highlight is that it is an adaptive planning process. We need to maintain a stable foundation by planning for infrastructure needs and sequencing capital investments. We do our best to smooth out and level our CIP, but in order to maintain and upgrade our aging infrastructure, respond to community needs, and meet our permit limits, we just can't develop a fixed constant cap on our capital spending. We have to be adaptive in our planning. We've got some great examples that we'll present when we get to the CIP part of our discussion later on. We also want to maintain capacity to be responsive to our residential, commercial, and industrial partners so that we can promote and allow for economic development in the region. Again, that adaptive planning work is the tool that we use to do that, and that comes from a lot of input from industries as well as our co-implementers and the staff at Clean Water Services. So with that, I think that's my last slide. I'm going to turn it back over to you, Kathy.
Okay, thank you, Rick. The district's proposed budget was developed with a focus on fiscal discipline and careful management of financial resources. Throughout the presentation today, staff will highlight specific efforts to control costs and create value for the ratepayer. As part of the fiscal management of expenditures, the district will closely manage expenditures driven by regulatory requirements and impacted by inflationary costs, including chemical usage, electric and water utility rates, material and construction costs, and personnel costs. Fiscal management of revenue included the completion of the cost of service study in fiscal year 26 and a 10-year financial forecast, which is the basis for future rate development. This financial plan ensures rates are fair and proportional to the services customers receive, ensures that CWS can recover the costs of providing services, and ensures CWS can support long-term operational and financial stability. As part of the financial forecast and rate development plan, we have reevaluated reasonable reserve targets for each of our utilities. As part of this effort, we reduced target reserves by approximately $100 million and established a new reserve policy, which was adopted by the board and includes financial benchmarks to maintain strong fiscal standing for current and future debt issuances. The rates developed through the forecast support work outlined in this budget today. So this is a graph we show each year. It shows a good graphical of current revenues of the $254.8 million in the budget and how they're used for our expenditures on the capital, the operating on other outlay side at $154.6 million, our capital plan at $123.4 million, and our debt service at $17.2 million. So in our budget, our expenditures are $295.2 million in the proposed budget. Our revenue is estimated at $254.8. And this reflects a spend of reserves of $40.4 million. But as we've talked about as part of our financial planning, historically we've spent 85 to 90% of budget. So when you look at that spend, we actually anticipate spending $17.8 million in reserves in the 26-27 budget, and that is reflected in our 10-year financial forecast and our rate development. So the budget for 2027, it reduced expenditures by $22.7 million or 7.2% compared to the prior year, fiscal year, the adopted for 26. As compared to the 26 budget, we see about a $23.8 million decrease in capital improvement program budget. This really reflects a couple things. One is there's some key large construction projects going on right in 26 that will be finishing out in 27. But it's also what Rick had mentioned, us really looking at our CIP for the 5-year and leveling it out, the efforts that were done by the capital planning group to do that. And that really helps finance in helping to put together a forecast and rate development that really reflects the actual costs we'll incur in outer years. The operating budget, we saw a 6.6 million increase. This really relates to two things. On the labor side, it's mainly the COLA inflationary and benefit activities. No, there's no increase in FTE in the budget. And on the M&S side, key inflationary and other areas that during the presentation today, the different departments will talk a little bit about those impacts in their programs. There was a $2.4 million decrease in debt service. This really reflects the reduction in interest expense. We had a proposed or planned revenue bond issuance of $75 million in 26. We did not do that, based on the market and interest rates, and there wasn't the need in the program at that point. So we did not issue those bonds. So our interest expense went down to the regular debt service, and so reduced by $2.4 million. And on other fund outlays, that was reduced by $3.2 million, and that just reflects actual historical spend. So this just gives you a graphical of the expenditure trends. In here, we're showing the 2025 actuals, the 26 adopted, and the 27 proposed budget. So in 2027, we're proposing a departmental expenditures of $146.5 million. That is our labor and material and services costs. On the capital side, as we mentioned, we see a decrease in those expenditures in the budget from $147.1 million in 26 to $123.4 million in 27. Debt service, also, you see that reduction down from the 19.8 to 17.2 related to debt service on principal and interest on our revenue bonds and pension bonds. Other outlays also went down from $11 million in the proposed budget to $8 million. It really reflects our historical spend in the past. Just as a reference point of what these other outlays are, it includes utility bad debt expense, franchise fees, reimbursement to cities for right-of-way fees and local portion of industrial flow charges that we collect and remit to the cities, insurance claims that the district pays out, and then we have in there, as we have in the past years, this non-departmental monies of about $1.5 million. This is monies that are not appropriate in any line item to spend. They would relate to any sort of class and comp or other expenditures, and they would a board action would be done during the year to move that up into expendable category. So on the operating budget side, operating budget is at $146.5 million in the proposed budget for 27. In there, first, personal services, they're budgeted at $93.5 million. That's a 4.4% increase, or a $3.9 million over the 26 budget. 5% of that increase, or $2.9 million, relates to wages, and that's that inflation and performance-based pay impact. And 3.6 increase of $1.1 million, that's that other personnel service. So that's the benefits for employees. Just for an awareness, PERS, they set our employer rates biannually, and this is an off year for that. So the rates they were adopted through a actuarial study. They increased last year, so we saw a significant increase in PERS in 26, but it levels out in 27 because of the same rate being applied over the 2 years. But we do anticipate in 28 we will see some increases in that rate. So some of the cost controls that were put in place related to personal services: no added FTE, full-time equivalent employees, positions were requested in the budget. 3 vacant positions that were in our strategy program are unfunded in the 26-27 budget, and we continue to review and redesignate existing vacancies to meet the best needs of the district. Material and services is at $53 million in the budget. This is a 5.4% increase, or $2.7 million over the 25-26 adopted budget. Some key drivers in that at a high level. Like I said, we will be talking about them in the different programs. $695,000 increase in supplies and repairs and maintenance costs. $568,000 in increase in landscape services. $301,500 increase in software licenses, and $300,000 in one-time expenses and professional services related to the move of the lab to their new facility during that year. So as a cost control measure, as part of this budget, the initial budget that was put together and presented for meetings was $1.4 million higher than what you're looking at today. And that was really the work and effort that Rick had mentioned of all the groups to look in and find ways to find cost savings within the budget itself. And with that,
Clerk Moss, just before we continue, do we need to acknowledge Nisa George being present?
Yes, Ms. George, thank you for joining us, and I noted when she joined at 9:04 a.m., Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now we will have Perry Sunderland, who will talk about the capital improvements program.
Hello, I am Perry Sunderland, the Interim Water Engineering and Technology Director. So I'll be covering the capital improvements program, and then after the break, I'll go over the Water Engineering and Technology Department budget. So, slide.
So do you have a page reference in the budget?
Page reference, I'm starting on 71.
Okay.
It says here in the book.
Thank you. Pages 71 through 80 for the...
Okay, thank you.
So this is the distribution of our sanitary investments next year. Kind of looking at the 3 bars there on the left. We have about 85 projects for wastewater, 45 for conveyance, and 3 for building services that represent pretty much a bulk of the CIP. So as we go into the surface water project distribution, we have 23 planned projects. For natural systems, field ops, about 3, and then some other stuff that will be covered. To kind of echo the flexible and adaptive, as Rick stated here, we do a master plan approach, and then we're getting into the details of continuing to look at the project drivers each time we go through the CIP cycle. So we look at the big picture, looking to validate our drivers, our regulatory capacity, growth, asset condition, and operational objectives. So while the master plan is fixed in time, we really strive to have a living approach and really look at our timelines each time we go through the budget cycle and look over that long 5-year horizon to be flexible and adaptive in timing and actually what we really need. So this year, while it's an all-year cycle, we really start in earnest in the fall in October. This indicates the 5-year CIP, the starting point, where we started out, and then at budget time where we end up. And so what we do, looked at about 249 projects over that 5-year CIP. We get to about 202. Looking at those are some small and large. Those aren't all just large projects. And then in what ended up making the cut for FY27 is 165 projects. So we're looking at continuing to refine each year by looking at those triggers. So here we have a pretty complicated graph, but it's part of this concept of using the living master plan, but also looking at project triggers. So the x-axis, you have time. The y-axis, you have a process unit that we use to size aeration basins. And the red line represents a modeled capacity. So as we get data each year, work with operations and our other labs and our other groups, we continue to get data to see if, like, okay, that solid blue line represents what we projected in the master plan. And so as we get closer, we're like, okay, is that really what we need? And so we see as we collect data and refine it, we're like, oh no, we can shift that projection, and therefore that shifts that project timing. So that's how we move stuff in that 5-year CIP, as well as each year we look at those to see what drivers will move those projects. So this is an important part of our living concept. So the breakdown of our CIP for 5 years, you'll see it's fairly self-explanatory. I guess this is the results. Oh, I don't guess. This is the results from our looking at the 5-year. Kind of what you'll notice here is our facilities are dropping down. We're completing the lab. Central and Springer will be complete within this 5-year.
Page 74.
Some notable sanitary projects for next year. We have our digester coming at Durham. So we have $11 million budgeted in FY27. The total project is about 21 for the digester. The Rock Creek Biogas, we have $8 million for FY27. We do have a total of 19.8 on that project. We will be coming back to the board soon for an update on status of our procurement process for the RNG project. Some other notable projects are Metzger, Fano projects. We have 2.5 in the budget for a total of 16.3 on the total project. Rosedale Pump Station, it is budgeted for 1.3 this year for a total of 19. This represents one of those projects where after the CIP happened, we get notified that the developer is switching plans, so we have to go back to the design table. So this project won't actually go in FY27, and the timing got shifted, but that's been a driver outside of our planning process, so we try to adapt to that and adjust. So we won't actually be hitting all that money, but we have to go through a redesign process and then start construction. Central, we have 5.2 budgeted for FY27 for a total of 8.2, and the laboratory is budgeted at 13 for 27 for a total of 64. Springer is 1.1 and 27 for a total cost of 24.
Would you go back and tally those again for me? You said that it was a total of 24?
Springer Street.
I'm on 77.
75 has this exact.
Okay, got it. Okay. I was looking at 77, sorry. That's building facilities. You're still on the WRF projects, right?
I am, I need to go back. Let me go back.
He switched to the building facilities one.
That's what I thought, page 77.
Yeah, you're right. Director Treese, you're right. That's listed on 77.
Okay, thank you.
So our surface water management projects, this is our distribution over the 5-year CIP. So this is just part of our goal of balancing, trying to keep those equal, or not equal, but balanced. So our notable surface water, we have 23 planned in the vegetated corridor over the 5-year CIP. That's several project sites for about 96 acres of improvements. We have stormwater rehabilitation projects, 3 planned over the 5-year. So we have a couple notable ones at 123rd and Greenwood and Blanton and 185th. It's the speed run through.
Do we have any questions or comments from members of Financial Committee?
And then we go to the public.
Okay.
For Clerk Moss.
If there are no comments or questions for Mr. Sunderland, we are moving right ahead of schedule, and the staff have asked me to seek a motion to allow for public comment as posted in the agenda with 2 periods of comment, which deviates from Clean Water Services rules of procedures but allows for more overall time for public comment and is in keeping with past practice of this budget committee. The first period will be for 2 minutes per individual for no more than 20 minutes, and the second at the end of the meeting will be for 5 minutes per individual for no more than 30 minutes. Do I have a motion?
Move approval, Harrington.
Second, Trace.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. I now welcome any members of the public who would like to provide public comment. We have 20 minutes allotted for public comment, and each speaker will have up to 2 minutes. Clerk Moss, will you guide our speakers if we have any?
Thank you, Chair Hogan. I did not see anyone sign up in advance of the meeting. Is there any member in the auditorium that wishes to provide public comment to the CWS as you've heard the proposed budget so far? Just please raise your hand, start coming forward. Not seeing any in the room. Is there any member online that wishes to provide public comment at this part of the meeting to Clean Water Services for up to 2 minutes? Just utilize the raise hand function. Not seeing any hands, Chair Hogan.
Okay, thank you very much. We are running well ahead of schedule. We were scheduled for a break at 10:30 a.m. It's currently 9:28 a.m. I will ask members of the committee, do we want a short break or shall we continue?
Let's continue.
Okay. Okay, we will continue ahead of schedule. So with that, we now turn to the departmental operating budget. Elizabeth Edwards will give an overview, followed by Perry Sunderland, who will talk about the Water, Engineering, and Technology Department.
Thank you, Chair. Perry, would you mind going ahead 2 slides for me? Perfect. Okay, so we are now transitioning into our department budgets, and we'll be making our way around this pie for the rest of the day. Perry will kick us off with Water, Engineering, and Technology, and then we will go into our Utility Operations and Services.
For all the, just like we've done in prior years, for each of the sections, could you find the page in the budget book,
Yes.
please? Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you so much, Chair Harrington. And I should also say for the record, Elizabeth Edwards, Chief of Staff with Clean Water Services. So Perry, if you go to the next slide, I'm going to just do a little bit of an orientation for folks before I turn it over. So as the chair alluded to, we will have budget pages marked on the bottom of each of the introductory slides. You'll also see the programs that are nested under each department. To the extent that they are not self-explanatory, folks will let you know what those programs are. We also highlight this year some initiatives, and these initiatives are some examples of specific projects. They're not meant to capture all of the work of the department, but just key or ongoing work in the next fiscal year that we wanted to lift up. And then last but not least, some departments will have a final slide, not all of them, that will be called Creating Value for Ratepayers. And these slides are intended to highlight specific quantifiable budget savings. Now, value means a lot of different things, but because this is a budget presentation, that's what we're honing in on. So we'll provide some examples of where we've done work to save ratepayers money at the end of certain departments. So with that kind of foundation and grounding, I will turn things back over to Perry to show us how it's done with the first department presentation. Yeah, you're welcome.
So look at our group. So construction services, we have conveyance, reuse, R&I, treatment plant services, and administration in this group. So some of our, what we're doing is looking over about 133 projects in various states of planning, design, and construction. As our group moves through those projects, some of our key initiatives we have this year is construction contract document updating. So we have trying to develop templates to make that process more efficient. So it's working with our in-house partners on the legal team and the procurement team for that process. The data management, as you can kind of see before, getting validated data for our planning is crucial. So this is working with digital solutions on the architecture, how we get lab data, process data, SCADA data, how we get all those to be actually something we trust and have confidence in and know where it's at. So that's kind of an architecture for the future. Our process models, as I had in my little trigger plot graph, the red line is a modeled aspect. So the more we can continue to refine our process models, we can adapt and answer questions on growth, lack of growth, and industry, whatever comes into our systems, we can really identify what capital expenditures would be needed to adjust to deal with that. So that process model update is continuing to be an initiative for us. Small scale repair projects, this is our conveyance group working with field ops. As projects, they identify small little repairs. There is a administrative process on permitting that sometimes prevents field ops from being able to make repairs right away. So this is a support for the engineers to help that process and to fill the queue for their projects so they can get those done. And biosolids, this is always ongoing, but looking with our partners to develop early application in the valley. As some folks know, we do haul. Long-distance haul is subject to all kinds of fuel cost and other costs that we have there. So the more we can get into early valley application is a big financial windfall for us. So we're continuing to try to do that. Next slide. What you'll see here, adjustment in personnel services is highlighted there. We did move folks on a reorg for asset management. That'll be talked about a little bit later, but we had folks that were aligning closer to the operations side where the data is generated. So that's what represents on the personnel services. The materials and services increase. That is some of cost for the natural treatment system, reuse water application sites. We saw some increase there for a little bit of a decrease. So I mentioned the asset management folks, and then of course materials and services, accounting for our studies that we do, in there that don't result in a master plan or an actual design. We categorize them now under materials and services. And then the other costs there are the fuel and the irrigation, and the natural treatment system. So creating value for ratepayers. So we are continuing to look at these storage sites. We did look at in Gilliam and Sherman County also. We've found some storage sites there that are closer that are resulting in about $100K savings per year, being able to get to sites that are closer. We do produce about 50,000 wet tons of biosolids a year, so any savings in haul cost is, like I mentioned, a big deal to us. Crew carbon, that represents a chemical that we use, typically lime. Crew carbon is calcium carbonate that we use in a little bit different form. This is a partnership with that we're evaluating with operations in our R&I group, and it represents a potential savings of about $500,000 a year, which is a significant for our operations group. So this is our engineering group supporting operations in that evaluation process. That continues to be, that's ongoing, but it's looking very optimistic. And then I think the last one just represents this flexibility piece of matching growth. That's a continued message you folks have heard. We continue to be in the details and the granularity of what that is, from capacity of units to pump stations to growth and development when it happens in our system, and being able to adjust and adapt so we can actually not just blindly do a project, but really look at those key drivers each year.
Chair, there are a couple of questions.
Yes, Chair Harrington.
Okay, I have one. In terms of the biosolids, do you have a summary of how many different counties in Oregon you're able to provide those biosolids to for land applications?
I
Good
guess
follow-up.
some of them. I can guess some of the valley, the Marion and Polk in the valley, I believe. Gilliam and Sherman are our key counties for going east. We do have it in Union at Madison Ranch. That is a little farther, so anytime we can reduce that haul to Gilliam and Sherman counties is the big savings, and get into the valley as soon as possible, right? So we can stockpile in the valley a little sooner than when the fields are available for application, we can do there. So that's a much, much shorter haul, of course.
Do you deliver directly to farm operations or to a distributor that then takes it from there?
Typically, sometimes on the contracts, we pay for applications separately. So there's usually an applier that's separate than the farmer. So we identify stockpile locations on the property that have to meet certain requirements. And then after we do that, we have the applicator come do the application process when the weather conditions are right, and agronomic rates and all that type of stuff. So they have to be monitored.
Thank you.
Commissioner Snyder.
Thank you. Perry, I always want to try to connect what the presentation here is to real life and my experience as a board member. So, and also, at least for the public and the Budget Committee, demonstrate how things like our travel to conferences matter. So I want to make sure I'm right in connecting the crew carbon. I don't recognize that exact name, but I believe that we saw that at WEFTEC, and that is to get more specific for the public, that is a program where organizations that are not part of Clean Water Services are essentially buying carbon credits, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so they're buying carbon credits, and then that's why we are then getting chemicals and things at either a discount or free to sequester the carbon using those processes. So better for the environment, better for Clean Water Services ratepayers, overall good deal. But I want to make sure we're connecting all those things together a little bit so that people understand what is going on, and the fact that, you know, like the research and innovation team is constantly evaluating and looking for things like that to bring value to our ratepayers.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
There's always the sales pitch, and so the R&I group and working with operations really likes to, well, they get to the bottom of it. Is there real savings? Are they true? What are we experiencing? Crew Carbon, from a chemical perspective, is looking very optimistic. Tom will probably speak to that later, as well as the carbon credits that we're able to sequester and get from that too. So it is a double benefit. So.
Blaine.
Thank you, Andy. About the biosolids, what kind of testing do you do on the biosolids and panels that you may provide to farmers in advance of them applying them to fields?
I don't know exactly all the panels. It is regulated how we have to go through, and at the process itself for time and temperature for our biosolids. I don't actually know the parameters that are tested. Typically, what we're seeing on the field level is the word of mouth gets around, and we have more customers than we have biosolids, and so we have to try to distribute equally. They've seen the impact from a nutrients and perspective on the land itself, but I'll have to get back to you on the actual parameters that are tested in the biosolids.
My interest is primarily in things like PFAS, heavy metals, that sort of thing. I know a lot of Washington County farmers are very leery of biosolid application because of the possibility for those contaminants.
There is a lot of metals testing that's required. Currently, PFAS testing is not required, but we have been gaining a lot of data in that area, just so we have a very comprehensive understanding of the characteristics of our biosolids. And we are fortunate to see very low levels at this point in time.
Rick, you had your hand up earlier. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
Just to expand on Perry's response to Director Snyder's question, we did visit Crew Carbon at the conference. We were fortunate. Crew Carbon is one of the entities, as Perry mentioned. We do see a lot of them. They approach us. This was a no-cost pilot that they offered to install for us. Clean Water Services, I will just proudly say our reputation in the field is very good. So folks like for us to use their systems. We only do so if we believe there's a very good chance of success going in, and having us vet technologies is both a benefit for us and for them. And so, yeah, that was one that we were fortunate to be able to tour. We had just started the pilot. It continues to go on and show benefits beyond even the savings that we had hoped for. There's even been some process benefits to that. So that was all. I just wanted to clarify a little bit more. Perry wasn't on the trip that time, so I was fortunate to be there, and happy that it's going so well.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we continue? Okay.
That is my conclusion slide. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sunderland. So with that, I would like to welcome Ryan Sandu for Utilities Operations and Services, Tom Stowe for Water Resource Recovery Operations and Services, and Lisa Huntington for Natural Systems Enhancement and Stewardship.
So if I could, Chair, if I could ask a quick question.
Yes.
Kathy, I have some specific number questions, but I think maybe I should probably, that would get too granular today. So let me kick those over to you. I thought maybe we would go over them a little bit in this meeting, but now I realize that is too detailed. And so let me do that. It's just some of the expense categories have significantly changed or went from zero to a number. And so I just wanted to ask those questions. So I will commit to doing that and then submit that to the Budget Committee and for your review.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Would it, I'm wondering if, Director Willie, if you might also ponder later in the agenda talking about that, because I noticed some of that as well, which is where I had to pay attention to the transfers and the reorg of work over, and it highlighted some of that. So it may be useful for us to have a budget committee just Q&A session at the end for things like that versus those that are specific to, I mean, there may be in a specific area, but I think Kathy Leader, the CFO, has the whole construct in her head to be able to walk through some of those. So I just think it might be beneficial to the full budget committee if we go over some of that. The full answer may necessitate further discussion later, and I'm fine with that, but I think we should test it out.
Yeah, and I think to your point, in the last presentation when we were talking about the reduction of 8 people and where they went, I thought that was defined really well on page 212, and that helped me also as we looked at expense categories, compensations categories, and all of that kind of stuff. It helped to be able to track that.
Is your mic on?
This one is.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Got stereo.
Good morning, Budget Committee members. I'm Ryan Sandu, currently serving as the Interim Utility Operations Director, and I'll be kicking off the Utility Operations Functional Area. After I go over the Utility Operations Department specifically, Tom will be going over the Water Resource Recovery Department operations, and then Lisa will be going over the Natural Systems Enhancement and Stewardship section. I'll be talking about the Utility Operations and Services Department, which is the budget for the work performed by the groups in field operations. The detailed UOPS budget can be found on budget book pages 263 through 279, and I would direct you to page 265 for the detailed budget roll-up. There are 6 budget programs within UOPS. There's the UOPS admin, which includes the district fleet program, and there are 3 maintenance programs and 2 construction programs they're shown in that departmental roll-up. The programs within this overall budget support the maintenance and repair of the storm and sanitary sewer collection system, as well as our in-house construction capabilities that support projects across the district. There are 2 initiatives that I specifically wanted to focus on for FY27. They're both related to our asset management work. Part of it is on the maintenance side, part of it is on the construction side. On the maintenance side, we will be coming to the board during FY27 with a revision to our performance standards. This includes working with the cities, working with field ops to better focus our maintenance efforts and improve our overall performance in that area. We will also be working on our repair and replacement projects that Perry referenced, that oftentimes we're working with engineering there. These are not usually emergency repairs, but they are repairs that are significant defects that if we don't keep up on, we could get behind, and then the system overall can end up suffering. This next slide here is the overall department summary. For personnel services for UOPS, there was an increase of a little over 5%, about $600,000. Materials and services increased 2%, or just under about $55,000 for the year. The total department budget is just under $16 million, with over $13 million in labor costs. So about 82% of the departmental budget is labor. UOPS is heavily influenced by labor costs due to the labor-intensive tasks that the group performs. The overall department budget increase compared to the current fiscal year is 4%, with a proposed budget that's designed to maintain our current level of service. Lastly, the FTE, or number of staff, the change in FY24 was due to the conveyance engineering group moving to the Water Engineering and Technology Department. Other than that, there have been no FTE changes within UOPS in the last 2 years, and there are no FTE changes proposed for FY27. For some drivers that I wanted to focus on, under personal services, labor really drives UOPS, as I mentioned. The increase for FY27 are based on increases in wages from COLA and our pay per performance program and other OPE. For materials and services, the increases are operational expenses, everything from safety gloves to fuel to gravel for pipe bedding, and the increase of 2%, just over $55,000 for the year, includes really 4 of our largest drivers are contracted services, repair and maintenance supplies, fuel, and fleet repairs. Contracted services include things like flagging, contracted flagging, our locating contract, hauling debris that we collect through our storm tasks. The repair and maintenance supplies include things like pipe, maintenance hole parts, anything that we're using to repair the system. And the fuel and fleet repairs, because of the tasks that we do, we have a heavy fuel budget and a fleet repair budget because we really are, it's people and equipment that are really the tools of our trade. Some increases in our materials and services were offset by decreases in other object codes, such as the professional services and equipment rental. Those decreases were due to one-time expenditures, such as our flow monitoring study that we concluded last year, and our on-site fueling pilot program that was completed. In terms of creating value for our ratepayers, there's one specific example that I wanted to highlight that I think gives a good overall view of the things that we try to do, not only within UOPS, but across the district. In this case, UOPS, as our fleet program, and working with our Chief of Staff's office, we were the recipient of an Oregon DEQ 2025 diesel emissions mitigation grant, just over $320,000. The funds will go towards replacing a 12-yard dump truck, a crew truck, and a loader with cleaner diesel equivalent vehicles. Earlier this year, Clean Water Services hired our first ever grants writer as a way to seek out outside funding opportunities and stretch our ratepayer dollars further. Our grants analyst, Jennifer, working hand in hand with our fleet supervisor, Steve, put together a 162 paid grant application that was ultimately selected by DEQ for funding. This is one specific example, but I think it really represents the way that CWO staff look to create value and provide high-quality service to our customers.
Can I ask a question on that? For the grant, do the trucks being replaced have to go totally out of service, or do they just get down marketed?
They are declared surplus, and then we can auction them off. Most likely they will go out of state because they wouldn't be allowed to be used in Oregon anymore, sometimes because of the diesel emissions issue. But they will not stay in the Clean Water Services fleet. That's a part of the grant requirement.
And I'm just thinking in terms of value to the ratepayers. Maybe this is a policy thing to consider out into the future, since I realize we operate within the state of Oregon. The state of Oregon and our region has very specific clean air and greenhouse gas emission targets. But I'm wondering, given that we operate in a shared planet, if the board should start thinking really long-term and what the cost might be to entirely write down the trucks being replaced, for example, and consider doing that as a policy question sooner rather than the financial market, the return on investment might consider. I think we might, longer term, I don't mean in the next year or the next 2 years necessarily, but in the longer term, that's something that boards may want to consider as we are living as a shared planet with more and more climate effects. So, just an idea. Thank you. And I have another question on this section, but for the Q&A part.
Well, I'm going to ask some questions on this part. Is that, so we're talking about utility operations and services. Are we moving ahead?
This is a good time for questions, Director Willie, yes.
Okay. Well, it's just kind of understanding the categories. So under the department expenditure summary, I hear you reduced the $100,000 for professional services, but you increased the contracted services by $100,000. So are you using a different category for some of the same services, just calling it something else, or?
Not in this case. There are times when we do need to realign to better allocate or better categorize where we're spending money, but that's not the case in this situation.
That's covered through your questions, and I can't put my finger on which question. Question number 11 on page 3 of the Q&A. Contracted services are for work performed on site, such as flagging and landscaping. Professional services generally result in a report, such as consulting for a feasibility study.
Yeah, well, and I realized I'd forgotten I'd asked that question, actually. But, no, I was just looking at the specific numbers here and wondering if that was the case. But go ahead, so I'm sorry.
No problem. So yes, in this case, that's not the situation. The professional services were specifically for a study that we undertook between operations and engineering related to our flow monitoring program, and that study has now been completed. So that professional services line item gets zeroed out. Within UOPS, we typically don't have a lot of professional services money. We do often have and carry quite a bit of contracted services money. In this case, the increases are related to hauling, flagging, and also our locating contract. So they're either increases because we're seeing more use or increases because we're seeing costs increased as part of consumer price index increases.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Harrington?
Thank you. I noticed through the budget, utility ops takes care of pump stations out in the field, right?
Technically, that's budgeted in our WD operations group under Tom's budget, but it's very, very, very connected.
Well, that's what I thought, because that's covered on 282 under WRD. But on page 264, it talks about regional services support repairing and replacing infrastructure at pump stations and wastewater recovery facilities and rehabbing manholes to reduce inflow and infiltration. So really where this was coming, where I'm trying to get to is as part of the organizational cross collaboration, that there could be, pump stations for getting the flow from areas, residents, manufacturing, commercial, industrial sites to the plants. And then there's a lot of movement of stuff within plants. So is there good collaboration? It's not so much a budget question, but I'm assuming this is a good place for where everything comes together. Do you have good collaboration amongst the different maintenance and utility teams, if I call it that, for that sort of work?
Thank you. I'd like to answer that question. We have a pump station crew, and they work very collaboratively with the field ops crews. Field ops will come in and help clean out the wet wells of the fats, oil, and grease that are on top. So they work together continuously. They have a regular routine where they go through and cycle through all the pump stations to make sure they're operating correctly.
Great. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Treese, question?
And I'm not sure if this piggybacks on that question, but in the narrative, you talk about, on page 264, you talk about emergency response. And I'm curious as to, I'm not sure if I really need to know what percentage of the work is emergency response, but how do you see the trending in emergency response, and how does that tie back to our capital improvement programs and the maintenance side of what we do?
I would say it's a relatively small percentage. Emergency response is a relatively small percentage, which is a very good news. And I think there's a couple things that are attributed to that. And I think it is how well, not only how well utility operations services functions, but our plan review group, our engineering group, it's a whole program. Our SSO metric is one that often when we go to conferences, other groups are envious. And that is, again, it's a comprehensive program that we have. It's not just the maintenance side. So I think that is one piece. We're very fortunate that we've had lots of good investment from previous boards and previous budgets. The other part is more variable, and that's weather dependent. So more on the storm side. This year, I was just looking at this yesterday. I have three storm events on my board that I keep track of, where we have them numbered, where we make sure all our work orders can be tracked to that event. 2 in December, 1 in March. In general, a relatively light year, I would say, in terms of storm emergency response. But it varies. We could still have another heavy rain event here, but all the way through June we've had on occasion. So that part definitely is weather dependent. But still, the overall portion of the budget, they're usually relatively short in duration, at most a couple of days on a storm event. Usually it's even more focused than that. So pretty short events, so not a huge in terms of a budgetary driver.
Thank you. So you've delineated for me the difference between a weather-related event or an emergency that has to do with outside factors versus a system failure, for example. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Terry Son, question?
Thank you, Andy. This is more of a global question on all the department expenditure summaries. On the other personnel expenses, is that like non-wage benefits? Yeah, what's characterized in those?
OPE, other personal expenses, will include insurance, and Aaron may help me out with this, but insurance, even vacation costs, sick leave, PERS, all of the other pieces that are not wages directly paid to the staff member. Right? Okay.
And if I'm, were you going to answer that? Well, and if I might, it may have been talked about here, but given when you go through each of the department expenditure summaries, it sort of jumps out as, a large number. It may be helpful, if it isn't already described somewhere in the budget, to really reinforce that information of what is in that category. That's all.
And Chair Harrington, other questions, comments?
Oh, did you have a follow-on to that?
How is that trending over the last few years? We see that flattening. I know we've seen some pretty big increases.
Directly in OPE?
The benefits, the insurance, coverage like that.
I can speak to that.
Thanks,
Kathy Peter. So it's trending up. I mean, and you saw the component of wages, the medical PERS, and those are all trending up. And off years for PERS, it stays in alignment with wage increases, but in outer years, like this past year, that was a 36% increase in our labor components. They're going up, and medical's going up, continually. Usually you see in the market about 6%, but with our non-rep in the public employee benefit program, they're supposed to be maintaining that more to 3% rate increase over time. But yeah, we do see trending up in that area. And OPE is made up of the payroll taxes related to labor, the PERS medical, as they've mentioned.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I've realized in the Q&A document, Commissioner Treese submitted a question on question 14 that starts on page 4 and goes on, which is fantastic. But it also talked about replacing the undersized Metzger sanitary trunk line, which was built in 1966. Criminy, that's almost as old as I am. So I was wondering, how would we, either on the board or on the budget committee, get a view of, not in the plants, but rather out in the conveyance system, and that includes pipelines and pump stations, what sort of tiers of age there is? And that I'll just put out there as a question. If it is somewhere in the CIP or in a master plan, feel free to just say that sort of thing, or just take it as a question for later education for all of us. But that really got me pondering. Because if something bad happens, it's like, wow, that's what you manage each and every day. So anyway, thank you.
And it's a great observation. Metzger trunk line happened to be built in 1966, so before actually the formation of USA. But there was a significant amount of infrastructure that was built in the 70s after USA was formed. That's so similar vintage, similar age, same purpose, trunk lines connecting smaller treatment plants to the larger Durham plant. This sounds like a great opportunity maybe at one of our future board learnings to use that time component, not just where things are.
So would that be in each of those master plans?
I'm not sure that we have that certainly the layout of the system would be in the master plans, but by age is a different question. I don't know that we often look at that way.
So for the benefit of the full budget committee, one of the things that the 5 of us on the board have been going through, and you've seen some of it in CWAC as well, and will continue, but we're very cognizant of the fact that 2 of us will no longer be on the board starting in January, and that includes for the Board of County Commissioners as well. And so 3 of us have been on the board for 8 years, and so we realize that's a change. So we're working with both staff from both agencies on the onboarding, so to speak, for those new commissioners and directors, but it's also an opportunity for the shared learning experience for each of those boards. So we've been in that mindset intensely for all of this year, and it will continue on. So that's part of where learning about this Metzger sanitary trunk line just jumped out at me. So thank you very much.
Other comments and questions before we continue? Okay, back to you guys.
Good morning, Budget Committee members. My name is Tom Stowe. I'm currently serving as the interim Water Resource Recovery Department Services Manager. I'd like to address previous question on biosolids. I have a little bit more information. Biosolids are heavily regulated under EPA Part 503 regulations as far as heavy metals, like Rick had said, nutrients. We track all that, and that determines how long we can stay on any one site. So it's we have a very extensive database for that, and we have a agronomist that takes care of making sure that we meet all those permit limits. All right. I'd like to thank all of our supervisors and managers in our department. They did a great job this year evaluating expenditures and putting together the WRD operating budget. Before we welcomed the asset management to our group, we were only up 2% over our entire budget, which I think is a fantastic number to celebrate. Our normal largest areas in the budget are labor, electricity, and chemicals, and now we can also add parts to that because they have become extremely expensive also. The represented contract determines most of the labor expenses through our wage and OPE structure. PGE and Forest Grove Power and Light sets the rates for our electricity expenses, and they usually adjust those rates each January. The last one for PGE was 6.4%. We're continuously trying to find ways to reduce our power usage. Chemical usage is determined by our NPDES permit and our innovation for process changes. A good example, again, is the calcium carbonate that we used in place of the hydrated lime at the Rock Creek facility. Crew Carbon vendor is supplying the calcium carbonate at no cost for the first year. I've been doing wastewater treatment for most of my adult life, and this could be a potential game changer for us. It has had direct implications on how the sludge settles in our clarifiers, and I've never seen anything like it. So anyway, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you for bringing that up and the excellent explanation that you gave just a little bit ago. We also work closely with our HR department to determine our succession planning. We have changed the organizational structure at Forest Grove now to mirror our Durham and Rock Creek. We have included an operations supervisor and a maintenance supervisor, and one plant superintendent position was redesignated to accomplish this. We also made some other redesignations to provide better career paths, and there are no new FTE requests for FY27. I probably should have changed this. Okay. I'd also like to address professional certifications for plant operators. Those are accomplished through DEQ, and we have gone up over the past couple years, and we are now at about 83% certified with our staff. This has a direct impact for our succession planning as well, and about 34% of those people are certified at a grade 3 or 4, with 4 being the highest achievable. For our plant maintenance technicians, they are certified at about 50%. The certifications do not identify our superstars, but they determine who should be on the team bus. The largest increases in the operating budget for FY27 for us are electricity, our consultants to help with the asset management program, and for our DEQ required operations manual. Just as a side note, we have now received over 100 million gallons of fats, oil, and grease at the Durham facility, and that has translated to more than $7 million in tipping fees that they have paid us.
Can I ask a question on why you're on this?
Sure.
I asked this question, I think, I must not have asked it correctly, but if you look at your department expenditure summaries and you go down to the bottom, and it's a lot of chemicals that are significantly less in the budget.
Mm-hmm.
So is that because their price went down, or is that because we're using them, we're not using it as much and using something else differently?
Each year we renew those contracts, and sometimes the prices go up, sometimes they go down. This cycle, they went down some, which was kind of surprising. But we have a formula that we use every year to determine what we need to put into the budget, and it's based on the amount of flow and the dose of the chemical. So we use a 2-year average for the flow, so it can fluctuate as well. But yeah, our process analysts do a really good job of watching that and doing that calculation for us each year.
Yeah, that's great. Those are good numbers. Thank you.
Related question. The cost of chemicals in the past, we've seen a steady increase, and it was kind of a red flag as we were looking at the budget. My question is there are there outside forces that we may be experiencing now, whether it be tariffs, whether it be shipping costs, whatever, that could affect this into this budget year?
The tariffs heavily affected us last year for parts, not so much for the chemicals. The chemicals are, like I said, they're bid every year, and it depends on which vendors want to bid on those and what the prices are.
I guess what I'm asking is, I don't know where the chemicals come from, what the shipping-related costs might be. Are they local? Are they global? That type.
Some of them come as far as Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. But they don't come outside of our borders, so to speak.
Not the chemicals.
Okay, thank you.
They're USA produced.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Hi. I have a question, and I'm asking during WRRD, but it may be useful organizationally to hear about the cost drivers for categories like travel and training and education, because they change from year to year, but also group to group. And so WRRD I associate with plants, and this is where I get tripped up on pump stations on 382 are talked about as part of WRRD. Why not field ops? But anyway, I'm off track. So I was just looking at the travel and education, and I was kind of surprised how it changed from FY25 to 26. And still FY27 proposed seems somewhat low. And I was wondering, well, is that affected by things like new technology that comes into the plant or certification renewals, or what goes into WRRD training and education?
Certification renewal is definitely a big part of that. And as I said, 83% of them are now certified, so they have to have 2 CEUs every other year. And we get that through either online training or we go to conferences like the short school program over at Clackamas Community College. We also, to get better accountability for our Operations Challenge team, we're funded for 2 of those again this year, if the budget passes the way it's stated right now. So we've moved all of that into one central location so that we can give you a positive number as to what that expense is.
Okay. I just am really fascinated by hearing the summaries through the presentations. And so I'm wondering for future budget years for each of these department presentations, if the budget drivers for these kinds of things, or drivers, they could go up, they could go down, might be helpful as well versus just seeing the numbers. That's all, because you do a great job of doing the work, but also in the budget committee presentations representing the work as well. So thank you. I know I'm talking about making the budget book bigger, sorry, but it's such an incredible organization and a really great budget. So thank you.
So to follow up with our slides, like we said, there's 8 FTEs transferred in with the asset management program. We did the 15 mid-year redesignations, the standard increases in wages. Materials and services has gone up. We added the asset management program. Like I said, we've already talked about the ops challenge. Chemical and electrical increases, I think I've addressed. And the increase for parts and operating supplies, that's gone up because we do have an aging infrastructure. In years past, we would save up and try to have Perry and his group, when they would do a new construction process, that we would try to add in that, well, we need to have this pump replaced, or we need to have that asset changed out, and we're not doing that so much anymore. So the R&R program is going to expand as we go.
Before you move on, I just want to make again another connection to real life and public and value impacts to Clean Water Services ratepayers of things like the Ops Challenge. I know that sounds kind of like a contest and people flying somewhere and doing something, but having interacted with the teams and even having some of the leaders and coaches that have been through that program speak, it really is much more, I've come to understand it's much more of a leadership development and a skill development program. In fact, I think we had one individual indicate to us in testimony that they were struggling to pass one of the final levels at the DEQ training, and the deliberate sort of work they had to do through the Ops Challenge brought them to the place where they could get where they needed to be to get that final level passed, which is, my understanding, is pretty stringent or very challenging given what was described. And so I just want to make the connection to real life, because a lot of that stuff sounds like fluff, and it maybe to some people it could be construed that way, and I want to make sure it's clear about what the real benefits of that are.
Wait a second. Let me go first. But I totally agree with you. Thank you very much. It not only develops those skills, but it does help them pass the certification exam, because there's a process control question on that during the Ops Challenge. And then the other thing that it really helps is the collaboration between our internal departments, because we have people from different departments like the lab and from field ops and operations and maintenance, And so it gives them a chance to get together with people that they normally don't always interact with, and it helps build those bridges.
That was my point too, Tom, that our Employee Advisory Council is really focused on trying to build internal connections across departments. Ops Challenge is an excellent way of doing that, and it brings folks from across the groups. They work together, they practice together, they compete, and it really generates some really good cohesiveness within the group. And if you haven't had a chance to go and visit the Ops Challenge, I would encourage you to definitely do so, because it is very intense and very exciting.
The thing, excuse me just a minute, the thing that I'm really encouraged about and happy with is that we have 2 teams this year, so we had double the number of people that are involved, and they do get just a little bit competitive between the 2 different teams.
Yes, they do. And I'd just like to elaborate a moment on Director Snyder's comments, because I think you're talking about the education, the benefit to the participants. There's also a huge education and benefit to us as directors to understand what's happening, to see that reaction, and to learn in an interactive environment how different systems work. Director Snyder talked about crew. I mean, we've had experience at WEFTEC around different systems for resource management and seeing them in live, and it does make such a difference. So thank you for bringing it up, Director Snyder. It benefits the leadership as well.
They call the Kentucky Derby the fastest 2 minutes in sports. I would challenge that with the maintenance event at Ops Challenge.
That's true.
Which is not a ready, set, go, you got 2 minutes. It's ready, set, go, you got as fast as you can go. So, yeah.
Yes.
It's fun to watch them.
And it takes a lot of practice and coordination to be able to do that in that amount of time.
Yeah.
To finish out with my slides is, I think we've talked about everything up there except maybe the energy efficiency incentives. Tanya, would you help with that, please?
Phone a friend.
Tanya Zinzer. I'm a senior engineer in the capital planning group and asset management. So we work with the different energy incentive providers. So Forest Grove Power and Light has a program, as well as the Energy Trust of Oregon for our PGE facilities. And anytime we have a capital project or O&M opportunities, we reach out to those individuals and say, hey, we'd like to see if there's incentives here, and can you help us understand how much energy we're actually saving by doing this work? So what I have up here is summarized. Over the last 2 years, we've reduced our annual electrical costs by $95,000 annually. So that'll be savings that continues for many years to come. And we actually received incentives as well for doing that work of $329,000. So we really like working with those different partners. We meet with them on a monthly basis just to talk about what's going on and see what opportunities there are. And then the last bullet we have up here is related to our stores program, so our warehouses that we have at the treatment facilities. We look for opportunities on how we can reduce the cost of parts and repair and replacement materials that we have at those facilities. So at our Durham treatment facility, we have some pumps that support fats, oils, and grease, or FOG. And we were replacing those every 6 months because of the damage due to fog and how corrosive that is. And so our stores team actually looked into other materials and providers of those parts, and we resulted in a $93,000 savings from what we had done in the past working with the actual supplier that we would normally work with. We switched that over and we changed those materials so we could extend that replacement time frame as well as the upfront cost to do that work. So they're just a couple examples of the different things that we're looking for opportunities.
If I could just give a shout out, when I was down at the annual Association of Oregon Counties meeting, the Energy Trust folks, I was just walking by and they saw my badge and they were like, for both of your agencies, the county and Clean Water Services, you have great teams, and we love working with them. So I thought it was apropos to mention that now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. My last slide is this one. As you can see, we're a pretty sizable chunk of the total budget. So if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
My brain still doesn't understand why pump stations are under WRRD, or this versus under utility ops. So there's just something about it. I'm just not grokking. So maybe offline, you can fix my brain.
It's historical. It works either way.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, good morning. My name is Lisa Huntington. I'm the director of our Natural Systems Enhancement and Stewardship Department. You'll find our budget starting on page 251 through 261 of your budget book. This department includes 4 budget programs, which are listed here. The first 3 of those directly correlate with divisions in our org chart. Collectively, this team is tasked with planning, designing, implementing, monitoring, and providing long-term stewardship or maintenance of the natural systems assets that the district depends on for regulatory compliance. Looking into fiscal year 27, I've highlighted a few initiatives. We are all very excited to update the 2005 Healthy Streams Plan, which we're affectionately calling Healthy Streams 2.0 for now. This project will update the characterization or existing conditions, understanding of the watershed, and identify projects and programs that are needed to continue to meet regulatory compliance and achieve water quality and watershed health goals now and into the future. We're hoping that this will identify a 10-year roadmap for those surface water management and riparian shade projects. We're also shifting into implementation of risk management actions to address the emerald ash borer beetle. A lot of that has to do with limbing and removing hazardous trees. And then we continue to seek ways to control costs for monitoring and stewarding our growing portfolio of natural assets. We recognize that the portfolio will grow and grow and grow, and we likely cannot see correlated budget increases. So huge focus for us continues to be how do we find efficiencies in this work.
Could you remind me, I mean, in the description, you talk about working with partners and providing land access to more than 7,000 acres of high-value natural areas, some of which in my prior life, Elaine in her prior life taught me a lot about. But I can't seem to remember how many river miles there are for the Tualatin River watershed. Later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Someone on my team knows that number off the tip of their tongue, and
Well,
I
so
unfortunately
7,000 acres of high-value natural areas is pretty darn significant and important for me to know in the scope of your work. So.
And that 7,000 acres includes kind of the full life cycle that anyone on my team is involved in. So some of that is very early on planning. It might be site preparation. We might be planting. It might be monitoring. So it's that full portfolio of work for the team.
So I think about 3 audiences for your budget material. The board of directors, the full budget committee, and I consider CWAC part of that group, but also the public. And I know I could go on the website and find more information, but I just can't seem to, being a budget geek, I guess, I can't seem to help wanting a little bit more of that descriptive material in here about the scope of the work you as the Clean Water Services Agency do each and every day. So, sorry, I'm too proud of a parent. What can I say?
I'll be a brief
You have
phone
a
a
question.
friend, if I may, Chair. I was looking to our regulatory affairs lead, 83 miles of river. So we're doing the hand motions.
Thank you.
We have a question from Elaine.
Thank you. And following up on that 7,000 acres, I'm guessing that also includes properties owned by others, like the metro sites and the farmlands that are enrolled in the LCREP and other things. And to jump off from that, can you articulate just a little bit about the other government services line in your budget summary? Just a broad overview of where those payments are going?
Yes, I can do that. A large percentage of that is our IGA with the Tualatin Soil, Water, and Conservation District. They lead the work in the rural area. So that IGA outlines that $1 per acre that we pay to the district to enroll agricultural land into our shade program. They pay there's a landowner incentive, and then the planting and maintenance is all done by Soil and Water Conservation District. There's also, we are continuing working with them in the urban area as well. So there is some cost sharing with, in partnership with their, I think it's the Habitat Conservation Program they do. So we partner, where we can get shade, and then they can do the additional upland area. So that's covered there. Also, our work with Metro is covered under that IGA line item as well. And just to clarify, we very rarely pay for access to land. So most of that 7,000 acres are land that are owned by partners, Metro, Fish and Wildlife Service, some private landowners, but Parks and Recreation District, partner cities, all the things, yeah.
Commissioner Treese.
Thank you, Chair. Recently, there's been a lot of discussion around data centers. And there's been assertions that data centers and the impact of water usage and bringing it back to the system has created impacts in the natural systems. You don't have to answer this question right now, but I think that it's important that as Clean Water Services, we address this issue and talk about what our systems can do and do in relationship to water cooling and some of the other pieces that's important to keep our natural systems the way that they are. And I just want to bring that up because I believe that it's a very hot topic and in the public eye right now. And I'm not talking, obviously, about the water usage side. That's somebody else. But I'm talking about the reuse side. So thank you.
And I will just say our colleague, who was the phone-a-friend, will be the phone-a-friend on this question. I know that data centers is something that our regulatory affairs team has been paying close attention to.
So the discussion, there will be information following. Thank you. It's just that natural systems enhancement is the right place to bring it.
Yep, appreciate it. Okay. So this is a high-level overview of our fiscal year 2027 budget compared to last year and then the 2-year prior of actuals. We are proposing a 5% increase over last year. This slide highlights some of those drivers for the increase. We added 1 FTE to the department mid-year this year. This FTE replaced a temporary position that we had had in the department for 12 years and has provided much-needed stability for our plant material program. And we have no additional FTE requests on the horizon. If you're looking closely at the line item changes year to year, you will notice a large increase in contracted services compared to last year. Much of this is offset by a decrease in professional services, is really the same work, but we're cleaning up how that cost is coded. A good example is an arborist. When we were doing the risk assessment and contracting with arborists under a professional services contract with a consultant type. We had the report at the end of the work. That arborist was considered a professional services cost. But now when we're hiring an arborist to be consulting during the removal and limbing of a tree, that's under our vegetation management price agreement, which is a contracted service. So some of this shifting is kind of cleaning up that basically categorization of the work, which can, however you contract with it, the same service could fit in one or the other, which is a little confusing. But so we're getting that cleaned up. We also have some additional contracted services associated with that new work for removing those hazardous trees at our sites. The other significant driver for the budget increase is associated with that growing portfolio of natural assets that are managed in our stewardship program. This year, we're transferring 283 acres of enhancement projects from the capital program into operating, which is a 19% increase over the land we managed in stewardship last year. This brings the total portfolio of land in operating budget to 1,850 acres. So kind of that small set of that 7,000 acres. And we expect that that will grow over time. You will find those land management costs reflected in these two budget line items. I find the names to be a little confusing. The difference is really how we're contracting with contractors for those sites, but those two capture that 850 acres of land management.
Quick question, if I might. So through CWS, we're hearing mostly about the emerald ash borer beetle. Through the county commissioners, we've been hearing over the years about the Japanese beetle and the quarantine area in District 2 especially. I'm wondering if this is the group, I'm wondering if your group does any sort of active pest, I guess is, for lack of a better word, tracking to see if there are other predators that might be present in the 1,850 acres in your active management each year.
Great question. Our staff are working collaboratively with other agencies in the region. I believe Oregon Department of Agriculture is one of the lead agencies in helping to track and identify emerging pests of concern. This also includes other plant diseases that we are wanting to make sure we understand. So we are very actively tracking and participating in those partnership efforts to try to understand the risks coming into the region.
Thank you.
And I have folks on my team who would bend your ear for many hours on this topic.
They're experts in their field.
They are, and very passionate. So like the rest of the district, our team continues to strive for cost effectiveness and affordability in our work. And I wanted to just highlight a few examples of ways that we create value for ratepayers. I briefly mentioned the partnership we have with the Soil and Water Conservation District for executing shade projects in our rural area. I mentioned that we pay landowner incentives. In addition to the money that we provide to the landowner, the Soil and Water Conservation District also provides payments directly to those landowners. For fiscal year 27, we expect that to be $110,000. So that's money we don't have to pay the landowner. It helps to incentivize their participation in the program. We work very closely with partners on our projects, and in many cases, we are working under cost-sharing agreements. This allows us to reduce the need to have separate contracts or separate management at individual sites. And we just kind of do the accounting on the back end of, CWS is responsible for the work on this part of the site, the partner on this other part of the site, and we, do the ledger payment at the end of the day. For this upcoming year, $143,000 of that $11 million budget will be reimbursed to us from partners that include Metro, Soil and Water Conservation District, and the City of Hillsborough. And then lastly, we really work hard to manage that cost of the long-term stewardship of our land, recognizing this will not go away. Like Ryan can relate to that growing portfolio of assets. Currently, we're providing a target of $920 per acre for our project managers as an upper limit for maintaining these sites. You can see both of these line item budgets are below that threshold. The second category is a little lower. Counterintuitively, those projects are slightly newer. So you might expect that an older, more well-established site would be less intensive to maintain. But what we see is that we continue to innovate in how we do site preparation, how we're managing invasives, how we're planting early in a project will translate to cost savings later on. So we've been learning a lot over the last 20 years, and we're continuing to see that that is translating to real savings at the back end of a project. And we will continue to work to get that number down as much as we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not smart enough to understand these two sub-bullets.
Sure. So I find the names a little confusing, but I will walk you through it. So the first category, the revegetation and management stewardship services.
Yep.
Those are sites that we have bundled into a larger acreage,
Okay.
and our contracts require the contractor to identify the treatments needed to meet a performance standard. So we say, this is the invasive cover maximum, this is the density we need to see. You tell us how many herbicide treatments, how many plantings, those such and such.
Got it.
Generally, those are our older projects.
Okay.
The second category, and I think the distinction here is that management is removed.
Yep.
So in the second category, we are managing projects on a smaller scale. The CWS project manager is identifying what is needed to meet performance standards. So they will say, okay, contractor, I need you to come spray 3 times a year. I'm going to want you to do this interplanting. Those are typically newer projects. Usually they'll graduate to the other category once they've met specific function criteria or are geographically located by other projects. So that's kind of the key distinguish between the two.
Is it also related to the material matures in age as well, and you also know more about the sites?
I think the big difference that we see in the cost is really we shifted into doing 2 years of site preparation so that we manage invasives for 2 years instead of 1. That was a huge benefit to helping control those invasives long term. If you can, we see it's interesting.
It's not the cost I'm so much worried about. It's just understanding the different buckets.
Sure. It's really the role of the contractor in providing more project management and deciding what to do on the site is the difference. So in the second bucket, we have more control from our indivial project managers.
It's the same activities.
Same activities,
Yeah,
yes.
but I was picking up on newer versus older, and, going back to my Metro days, once you learn a site after acquisition, I can't remember what it was called, the 2 years after an acquisition, really getting to know it and start the restoration program versus it being more mature and able to just use more contract services because you have a good knowledge base of what's there and generally how it functions. So.
Yeah, and if I can try to clarify and see if I understand this. The revegetation and management stewardship is almost, it's a little bit higher cost, and is that almost because of a capacity thing? I'm guessing you are delegating this and including it in some of your contractors' contracts because staff are pretty fully subscribed with these other projects.
There's a little bit of that in there as well, yes. And we will continue to need to move more land from the bottom category into the top category in order to not get more FTE. But we do see that the managing invasives for those older sites has been more challenging compared to our newer sites. And a lot of it has to do with that improvements we've made over the years to how we do the enhancement.
This probably goes without saying, but I assume that we'll continually evaluate whether that makes sense to continue moving towards the, I mean, at some point it may make more sense financially to have everything managed the way the newer sites are managed, but using internal resources, that would obviously take resources to do that we don't have. But I hope we're not assuming it will always be that way for forever.
Yes, I think we go through that question so the contracts in the first category are 3-year contracts. So certainly we renew them every year. There's a new task order every year, but definitely at that 3-year cycle, we have that kind of heart-to-heart with our folks to see if that continues to make sense. And with that, I would welcome any additional questions.
Okay, thank you all, very thorough. So we are still running about 45 minutes ahead of schedule for when our projected lunch was supposed to take place at 11:30.
Can I ask just a couple follow-up questions?
Please, Elena, I'm sorry I missed it.
That's okay. I was slow. Couple other questions, just out of curiosity about natural systems. So the emerald ash borer is not the only insect threat. You know, there's also spotted lanternfly, Mediterranean oak borer, and some other things of concern. Do you survey properties or partner with Oregon Department of Ag or other partners for surveillance for those? And then a second piece I'm curious about is the periodic monitoring for shade cover on the streams. Is that part of your budget or someone else's?
Yes, so to your first question, yes, we are actively partnering with agencies and doing monitoring on our own site. We're actually partnering with our R&I team on some eDNA for emerald ash borer, which is pretty cool. I think it involves running a paintbrush along the tree to see if there's eDNA. So yes, so we are continuing to work and in partnership with ODA and others, and also kind of keeping an eye on our own sites. The second question on the monitoring for the shade that is included in this budget is something that we worked hard. We are testing. We had pushback on our original requested budget for both monitoring and maintenance, so we are testing whether or not we can go longer between monitoring of certain sites. Certainly we need to meet a certain frequency for our regulatory requirements, but we also sometimes go above and beyond that. So we're testing out to see what's the sweet spot for the frequency with the monitoring. We're also looking at, can we use more drone photography and LiDAR for monitoring? So lots of exciting things happening in the monitoring space. Certainly have a lot of folks who could bend your ear on that topic as well.
Other questions, comments?
Could we take a 15-minute break here and see, will we be able to advance the?
Yes.
Okay.
Let us take a 15-minute break and return about 11 o'clock.
Better make a time certain, 11:05. I have found that we have to be specific.
Let us return to our seats by 11:05.
That's right.
What's that?
Yeah.
Jump us back a slide.
All righty, let's come back together, Budget Committee members.
Okay, we are reconvening. We are going to go ahead with the next session of speakers, and then after we conclude this session in about an hour, we will take a break for lunch. So with that, I would like to welcome Elizabeth Edwards, who's going to talk about departmental budgets, and she's going to start us off by informing us about the Office of the Chief Executive Officer and Business Operations.
Thank you very much. Welcome back from break, everybody. Hope everyone's feeling refreshed. Going into our next big section of department budgets. So I have the pleasure of walking us through the now outdated title of the Office of the Chief Executive Officer. In the future will be a general manager. So this department contains an array of programs, including the district administration, emergency management, and government affairs. Under government affairs, we have nested our grant strategy, as well as support for the board of directors and the Clean Water Services Advisory Commission. You will find our information on budget pages 117 through 132. A couple of initiatives to lift up. First is some emergency management training that we're going to be undertaking. We had wanted to do it in this past year, but due to some setbacks related to DHS and FEMA closures, we are pushing into the coming year. We are currently having a cohort of identified individuals take some prerequisite courses online with FEMA around incident command system work, and then we're going to be bringing a trainer on site. As a way to save funds, to really solidify that cohort, and to get our skills up at the district. So that's one thing that we're excited about in the coming year. Also want to lift up just maturing and growing our grant strategy. You heard from Ryan, who discussed the grant to help bring in some new clean diesel vehicles. We had our grants analyst join us in fiscal year 25 and hit the ground running. So we're looking forward to really growing and building on that.
If I could ask a question. I realize that your emergency management training covers an array from ice storms, power outages, I mean, still fresh in many of our minds is COVID, and other waterborne viruses. And now, wildfires has become far more prevalent and changed your operations. But we're also getting more distant from seismic events. And I'm wondering if there are folks who might have been in operations at Intel treatment plants when the Mount St. Helens eruption was happening, or if there are any historical papers that, given that you've replaced so many waste at our treatment plants, so many so many pieces of the recovery, but also, you have new pressure pipes and whatnot. I just want to make sure that you have the appropriate resources to be looking emergency management-wise, but also operation-wise. So, because I know those, having been an Intel employee, my first employee training, I went through 2 tours. There was a story told about one of the plants with the earthquakes with the Mount St. Helens eruption, and the floor rolling, really changing the nature of emergency planning. Sorry, too long-winded, but I wanted to give you the context for my question and making sure that you have the planning resources and deployment training that you need. That's all.
Thank you, Chair. And what I would say is we are still in some of the early days on our planning efforts. So the training that is happening currently that is specifically called out here is to have a cohort trained on ICS 100, 200, 700, 800, and 300. So 300 is when we're bringing someone on site. You also have other organizational planning with regard to risk. How damaging will a particular event be and how likely is it to happen? And this analysis occurs with our folks that have been here for a very long time to be able to provide that institutional knowledge there as well. And then thinking over a longer horizon of what resources do we need to bring to bear. And I also want to say, just because it's early days on our formal emergency management program, we have had folks that have been thinking about this and doing this, as you alluded to, for a very long time. And so we have a fantastic bench of really, really smart, passionate people about being prepared and being resilient. So we are, standing on the shoulders of some giants there. Yeah. So on the next slide, I will go into a little bit more detail, especially to explain that materials and services, because that looks like a very big jump. There's some important context that will help ground that. Personnel services overall pretty flat within the Office of the CEO department. So on this slide, a couple of things to call out. Our personnel services increased 3 FTE within the budget. However, you heard Kathy allude to in sort of the opening remarks on personnel, we had 3 positions that were unfunded. Those are these 3 positions that moved from the strategy team into the Office of the CEO. That's why, although we increased from 7 to 10 FTE, the personnel costs remained steady in this budget. When it comes to the materials and services and that 35% jump, one thing to note is that last year the travel and training budget were largely eliminated from the district administration budget as a reaction to the climate that we were in at the time. So if you go back further, it is more of an apples to apples comparison. So that is one of the primary drivers of what looks like a bigger jump in that space. Also this year, we specifically created line items for board compensation and board travel and training in order to bring more transparency into that space. And that we received a question, we actually received 2 questions in the Q&A document, so that information is spelled out there, but I'll also just lift up what we have under the board compensation and services is $91,000, it's $300. It would actually cap at $91,250 because that is the maximum allowable under the ORS for compensation for special districts, including county service districts and ORS 451s, which is what we are, as well as funds for Washington County staff that provide support to clean water services, including our amazing clerks, staff assistants, IT, so to make sure that they are compensated. But that is something that we are actively looking at and in continued discussion with the county and with our board as far as appropriate compensation to make sure that we are being fair in that space. So we fully funded that so that we can continue that conversation with the board.
And I take issue with on page 3 of the FAQ under number 9, as I have in other forums. We know through the course of the work of the every other year with the Board Salary Commission that there is no contribution of board salaries for CWS work. So where there is a historical MOU, as I have followed up on the Washington County side, all of the dollars that CWS provides goes towards the Washington County staff, not board support that we get as commissioners. So I thought now was the time to raise that as it's talked about under question number 9.
One,
Get conflicting information across the two agencies, and we take the brunt of the burden because of that conflict.
I think part of the challenge, if I can maybe try to help just from my understanding of clarifying previously, I think the intent has been for Clean Water Services to be providing that, but the Salary Commission on the county side has specifically excluded it. And so I didn't even read exactly what the chair is referring to, but I know that there's been, like in the past, the understanding of Clean Water Services was that there was a set of money going to the county to pay for all of that, including the actual board time, but that was not ever making it to the board. And that may be part of what's causing this. I have other things to say on this, but I'll wait my turn.
yeah, I think
How you're describing it isn't how.
yes.
How you're describing it isn't how it actually works for us.
Yes, understood. It doesn't actually impact the take-home salary of our commissioners or directors at the end of the day. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. I do want to clarify one piece, and I may have misheard you, but in talking about the increase in travel for the board, I inferred that you were saying we were going back to former practices, and I want to make sure that we are making a clear statement here that we are adhering to the R&O that we put into place, and we are not, in fact, going back to any previous practices.
Yes, that's correct. The difference being fully zeroing out or largely zeroing out all travel and training that occurred last year, which was a reaction to the climate that we were in under the district administration budget. But we are not going back to the practices of before, but it is still important to provide appropriate travel and training opportunities.
And I 100% agree with that. I just wanted, in a public setting, to underscore what's happening moving forward. And we are taking into consideration, as we read this budget and approve this budget, what we had said we would do in relationship to our R&O.
The dollar amount is being restored in the budget.
Yes. Yes, funding is being restored in the budget, but our practices and policies have been greatly updated.
Our discipline around travel is different.
Yes.
And just for the CWAC members, I spoke earlier about new new board members starting in January 27. So there has been, and the Q&A reflects some of this, there have been for the board 2 particular travel events. The fly-in needed for CWAC, and that happens in the first of the year, so that will happen in this fiscal year 27. But for WEFTEC, which it's pretty, from our view, pretty imperative that the new members go, plus at least one other for some continuity and context. But that will be under the 27-28 budget. So this is where our calendar years change fiscal years. So that's why I keep thinking, oh, well, have we adequately covered that? But I have to remind myself it's the subsequent fiscal year. So thank you.
Commissioner Snyder?
Thank you. I just, again, for public transparency and also for just like make it make sense purposes in Oregon, I did want to point out that the amount of money that a special district can provide to a director has been set at $50 a day for more than 50 years from my research. And so I think if there's questions about why it might be being applied the way it is, that lack of keeping up with anything that makes sense over more than 50 years would be the reason, or at least a reason. And maybe at some point the legislature should look at that, but I don't think we should put a lot of energy into it. But it is definitely an odd, I'm not sure there's a lot of things in statute where the monetary value have not been increased in 50, I think it's 52 years from what I could tell, 1973.
Trying to think if there, otherwise the travel that's included in here, we've already alluded to WEFTEC, to federal advocacy and the DC fly-in. We are also in the fiscal year wherein the International Water Association has their biennial water congress. And so that would be the only potential international travel that is also included in this budget. And then I already referenced the training that we are bringing on site. It's a little bit of, when you look at the travel and training, most of it is for individuals to go, to participate individually. This is to hire a trainer, to bring someone on site to do a larger body of training. And then wanted to just go one level deeper on our grant strategy that we've been working on here. So the biggest bolus of funding was actually a partnership with our federal lobbyist that helped get some congressionally directed spending. That is applied through the EPA's State and Tribal Assistance Grant Program, and so it actually is administered as a grant. So our grants analyst has been helping to secure those dollars, and that $960,000 is going toward inflow and infiltration work in Forest Grove. That we are finally starting to see those dollars arrive from the federal government, which is great. It took a little bit longer than we would have otherwise wanted. The majority of that competitive grants funding is what Ryan referenced for those diesel vehicle replacements, but we also had another almost $50,000 with Tualatin Soil Water Conservation District grant to do some reuse testing around wetland plants using mesocosms. So that's another area that we secured funding, and we have another $1.41 million in pending grant applications, and we expect to continue to develop policies and keep growing that program. That concludes my remarks for the Office of the Chief Executive Officer budget.
Chair Harrington.
I'm wondering what action the Budget Committee and/or the board need to take so that this, in the budget and all the chart of accounts, there can be a relabeling. The Board of Directors already changed the position from Chief Executive Officer to General Manager, yet we're pervading that through this proposed budget. And we still have time through both the budget approval, through direction, as well as through budget adoption by the Board of Directors to correct that.
We can definitely, in the budget we go for adoption, we can change that narrative throughout the budget.
I would support that.
Do we need to have a motion to do that?
I think we've already done that. We just,
Right.
we did it after they had already started this process, so now they got to do is
Not
fix it.
before they published the proposed budget.
That's true.
Way before that.
But I think we've already given them that direction.
Okay, just wanted to confirm.
Okay. If there are no further questions for Elizabeth, we will move on to our next group of speakers. So we have Joe Gall for Regional Utility Services, Holly Dober for Human Resources, and John Shaw for Digital Solutions.
And if I may, Chair, while the reinforcements come up, I will cover one more budget, actually. I had two here.
Please.
So under the business operations budget, in an effort not to move programs around unnecessarily, we maintained the business operations department within the budget, but these programs are now functionally in other areas. And so we tried to describe that in the narrative on budget pages 133 through 155. So within the business operations department, for the budget, we cover administrative services, culture and development, formerly culture, equity, and learning, facilities maintenance, risk and insurance management, as well as safety.
I realized I had a question. On page 120,
yes,
at the top table, I was wondering why a paralegal was being carried there. See in the top chart?
3 from the bottom.
Yep,
Yes.
3 from the bottom.
That position was moved under district administration to help support the prior CEO. It was that. It was
Part of the policy.
Thank you. We're in the process of redesignating that title, but that role is helping with a lot of the policy development work within the district administration program.
But doesn't the legal department have to review all the policies anyway? Budget-wise, that's part of what the legal department is supposed to do for the agency. So I just think doesn't seem placed properly in this budget. That's all.
Is that a reflection more of the skills that you need to do the work, or?
It was an FTE that was initially in legal and moved over.
I think there's some follow-up that needs to be done on that one. Thank you.
The one initiative to call out under the business operations department are the staff relocations from our administrative building in Hillsborough to our new headquarters in Beaverton, CWS Central, as well as the lab facility in Forest Grove. So there's a lot of work that our facilities and maintenance team needs to do to help effectuate that change.
Can I ask a?
Yeah.
I'm looking at building maintenance ABC,
What page?
141. And I wrote a note there that says move to central. So we now have building maintenance for ABC because we're still there. Where's the maintenance and the landscaping and all that costs that would be reasonably new, I would think, in central? So where would that be located?
I'm looking at a phone a friend.
Or is that in this expense categories down here?
So on page 142, at the top, you have building maintenance for
There it
CWS
is.
Central there.
Sorry, I even highlighted it, and I didn't go
Nope.
to it, sorry.
Well, I had to phone a friend for that one too, so.
Not even following my own notes. So, okay,
Honest.
Yeah, and they're both about half.
yeah, thank you.
Yep. And so you see a reduction on personnel services in business operations. Other categories remain materials and services relatively stable. I'll get into those changes on this slide. So we had an overall net reduction of 6 FTE. We've referenced the former strategy team. Those functions were reallocated to different parts of the organization. We described that in the budget materials, but had folks go to our culture and development program, digital solutions, compliance, finance. So took their talents and applied them in different parts of the organization as we reallocated that work. We also saw, in part, a reduction in materials and services as that work moved to other programs, but also with the cessation of certain work, including cutting a $70,000 software that we were no longer using because of some of the reductions in those FTEs. Facilities costs are probably the biggest thing. Already referenced just the costs associated with moving and then turning on utilities while we go through that transition. But when we are looking at our risk program, they are largely flat. Safety, largely flat. Administrative services, largely flat. And our culture and development program saw an increase in professional services, in part to help with the transition and absorbing some of that strategy work. But overall, that's the status of those different pieces that are still, in an effort not to move too many pieces around. We tried to keep that family together this year.
Commissioner Snyder.
Before we move out of your sections, because I feel like we're close to that, am I right?
Yes, correct.
I guess to our counsel, legal counsel, just a question for the board of directors around this issue with making the stipend adjustment, I don't even know what to call it, the recognition of the stipend. When we act on the budget, either here or in as the board of directors approving the budget, do we need to do something different or recuse ourselves from that part or something? Is there a conflict of interest, or because it's in statute as an amount, is it not a conflict? Or has the team?
We had the same opportunity last budget year, but never got clarity in terms of how to effectuate that.
Okay. Well,
So it got budgeted.
before we vote on it, we don't necessarily need an answer right this moment, but I would say before we vote this out of this group, and then before the board of directors hopefully approves the whole budget at some future date, we probably need to get clarity on exactly how that needs to be done.
Yep. So we need to close on it later in the meeting. Thank you. I follow how this department in the budget has been laid out. But I did find that on page 135, some of the percent changes kind of startling. So I wanted to spend a little time on that page. Now, the dollar amounts in the grand scheme of things don't surprise me, okay? But I would like to hear for a couple of categories what's going on a little bit. Let me give you an example how in my mind I was able to factor it. So in the middle of the page, I'm on page 135 in the department expenditure summary. HVAC maintenance supplies, I could figure out why an 80% change, because we have building changes going on. Not a problem. Freight, postage and freight, a few more down. Huge increase, percentage-wise. But, it's $20,000, but I'm wondering, what is going on postage and freight? What are we doing organizationally to have an $18,000 increase. I mean, postage hasn't gone up that much, but, so I think that would be a good thing to get an answer to, either now or later.
We brought that in-house from having the county take care of that for us. That was part of the services the county provided. We brought postage and freight in-house in the current year. It did not make it in the budget, so we are truing up that in the FY27 budget.
Great, okay, so let's keep going. There's just a few more. Book subscriptions and publications. I mean, it's not an unreasonable cost, especially when you're talking about an organization that has certifications, right? And other needs. But given the percentage cost, I think there's something worth highlighting there. So maybe before budget adoption, because it shows up in other departments too.
A substantial portion of that is related to our project management program that we purchase books for our employees to then go through a course that then gets them ready to take the PMP. So the books associated with that are not insignificant.
So the answers are perfectly reasonable, but this is what a budget committee does. It tries to ask questions and bring life to what are some of these changes. So, but for asking, and then the last one I noticed was something has changed such that food expenditures are now at 86%. And I know the agency's done a lot of things, improved policies and whatnot, but given that high double-digit increase, I wasn't sure if that was affected by clarity of budget or, clearly it's not growth because we don't have any new FTE, so that was another thing, so.
Part of that is the all-employee event in the Culture and Development Program.
Is that a new event?
I'm getting there.
Oh, are you phoning a friend?
I'm waiting for my software to catch up with my clicking.
Oh.
Sort of.
Sorry. I was trying to fill some space in there, folks.
But to go back a step, the books and subscriptions that Elizabeth mentioned was previously budgeted in a different object code, so that is another one of those that we're cleaning up. So you're seeing an increase in that line item, but there is a corresponding decrease in operating supplies.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you on the food.
Once again, let me stress, the answers are perfectly reasonable. Okay? And part of this is based on, we've gotten some very interesting testimony over the last couple of years. So that's why as I go through this, I don't hesitate to ask, well, gee, why is that? So that's all. I don't know what that tells us about a level of information for the budget. And the reason why I come back to the budget book, putting some of what you cover verbally here or even through the slides into the budget book is because the budget book is the document most people go to. And so who knows? That's all. Thank you very much for your patience with my questions. You've answered all of them and very ably. They all make logical sense to me. I was very comfortable with each of the answers, even though I often stumbled with my questions. Thanks.
I have a quick question. I'm embarrassed to say I don't know what that's a picture of.
That is ABC.
Is that's ABC? From what angle?
Up
I've
in the
never,
air.
obviously up here.
See where the parking lot is and over on.
Oh, okay. Doesn't look like where I enter.
Well, mostly
I guess
we
it's
go
over there.
into the auditorium over on the right.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Maybe I just didn't realize the magnitude of roofing that was there. Now I know where those bugs come from.
You can't see the solar panels from this angle, so, yeah.
Elaine?
I just wanted to do a super quick follow-on to Chair Harrington's point, and maybe some of these tables, there often appears to be room for little footnotes to just add a few notes hither and yon that might be explanatory.
Oh, could you remind us we've learned a lot we've had to make a lot of changes on the Washington County side to update to new tools. So I assume there is a software package that is used to generate the budget book. Do you have control? Great suggestion, but do you have that real estate control? Okay.
Our CFO says yes.
Okay. I don't always assume it does.
Nisha?
Value? Oh, sorry. A couple things that went from 0 to $1 value this time. The permits, licenses, and fees, and repair and maintenance supplies, are those costs that have transferred over to your department from a different department?
Yes, and I'm looking beyond you to my phone a friend who's actively.
It's the facilities piece coming in. Is that it?
And I'm just curious, what permits, licenses, and fees do you have to do in your department?
So we do need permits for the work that we do, even though we are also a government. So when we are building things, we need to apply for permits when we're building within the jurisdiction of other governments. So that is one piece of it.
We also have, it is for an annual fire system and security alarm system permits at the field operations facility.
Yes. So to clarify that, in this program, facilities moved over, and that's why you see a lot of zeros and outer years, but all of a sudden you see things like electricity permits and things like that. That's that program coming over.
And if you think we've got a lot of these generally logically easy questions this year, wait till you have two new board members next year.
Elaine?
And I have another question, but I wasn't quite sure where to ask, in which department, so maybe later or after this section. And it's not so much, I see the dollar amounts for private mileage through all the departments, but, and this is Courtney, comes under legal, the board still doesn't have visibility into the policy manual for employees like we do on the county side. So my question is, so is there a CWS policy on private mileage? Because I've never seen it.
Yes, there is, and it was recently updated and adopted with the travel training and meals policies, so yes.
Went right over my head. Thank you.
Okay. Apologies, Elizabeth, for me overlooking your part 2 of the presentation.
It's okay.
If there are no other further questions, we will now move on to Joe Gall, Holly Dober, and John Shaw.
Good morning. It's still morning, almost lunchtime. So my name is Joe Gall. I'm Chief Utility Relations Officer for the district. I'm going to cover regional utility services in the same format. Just as a reminder, the budget pages are 187 through 197 of your budget document. The programs in RUS, Regional Utility Services, there are really two major programs, Planning and Development Services, which is led by Damon Reishi. That group, as you know, works with the development community and our city partners in the county. A lot of both long-term planning and development work in terms of permitting. And then our communications and community engagement team as well, led by Karen DeBaker, focuses mostly on external communications. They do some internal, but they're mostly externally focused in terms of the communications and engagement. So community engagement on projects, for example. So I use the example in Brookman, the Brookman project in Sherwood. Our team is linked with the city of Sherwood in terms of doing community engagement for that project. Wanted to touch on a few major initiatives, at least two of the three you probably are already aware of. We are in midst of updating our design and construction standards. We started that this year. That will conclude next fiscal year by November. Both the board and CWAC are actively engaged with that process. We are also going to be wrapping up all of our operating IGAs with all of the cities. We have 6 cities that we are currently actively in various stages of negotiation to get that accomplished by November of this year. A new project which we're excited about, which actually is being led out of Digital Solutions, but we're involved, is we're going to be updating our website. We have just selected a new vendor. Civic Plus is the name of the company. You may be familiar with them. We'll be signing a contract soon. Civic Plus does a lot of government-type websites, so we're looking forward to a lot of features, transparency, features that you may see in the county website or other cities that we'll be able to incorporate in our new website, and the communications team will be very, very actively involved in putting that together. That new website also will be ADA compliant, which is an important requirement from the federal level that you also may be familiar with. In terms of our budget numbers, you can see fairly moderate increases. On the personnel side, we're at 4% increase. There's no new FTEs. We actually lost an FTE in our program. We shifted that for prioritization in the organization to another part of the organization. So we lost 1 FTE. That 4% is basically to the benefits and the payroll costs. And our materials and services budget is also a modest increase at 3%. Going down into, I've already touched on these, on our materials and services contracts. This is another thing you've heard about in the past. We have a large reimbursable grant for the Watershed Navigator Program, and that's a partnership with Tualatin River Watershed Council. That's increase in our materials and services because we pay that money and then it gets reimbursed over time. We're starting to finally see those dollars come back from the federal government, which we're excited to finally see. And that's been a good process, or a good project with our friends at the Watershed Council. We also have, I wanted to highlight our contracted services. I mentioned the design and construction standards. We're using a consultant, Brown and Caldwell, to help on that project from a technical standpoint. And then I also wanted to touch and take a little deeper dive on the CCE side of our budget. You see agreements with community-based organizations for engagement and stewardship. So I want to touch on that a little bit. There's an educational opportunity that we don't get to highlight normally in the budget process. So those community-based organizations that we fund are a range: Friends of Trees, Bird Alliance of Oregon, the Wetlands Conservancy, Columbia Land Trust, Tualatin River Watershed Council, and Tualatin River Keepers. And then a new one, DPAVE, is an organization we'll be partnering with for this type of work. DPAVE is the name of that organization. The activities that are delivered by those organizations: volunteer planting, river cleanups, weed removal events, volunteer community science events to collect field data and on amphibians, beavers, birds, and other river conditions, and then student environmental education at Fern Hill, PCC, Cook Park, Summer Lake Park, and in various classrooms within the district. This work is important and is also tied to our permit, and I wanted to highlight that as well. So our Stormwater Master Plan requires CWS to implement a public education and outreach strategy and to encourage participation by the public in the protection and enhancement of local waterways and wildlife, as well as responsibility and behaviors to prevent illicit discharge from entering the MS4 or impacting receiving waters. These partnerships are a key factor in the success of our CWS programs, and they leverage dollars and resources to have greater reach and impact with these partners that I mentioned. So I just wanted to touch on that a little bit. It's about $500,000 in our budget. It's a slight decrease from last year, or the current year, which was at $521,000.
And Chair, if I might,
Please.
if you could go back one slide, please.
Yes.
Partnerships.
Oops, sorry.
Partnerships are something that Clean Water Services does very well, but for your listing them out here verbally, how would CWAC and the Board of Directors and this Budget Committee know who those organizations are?
I would probably say some of those organizations, Chair, may be familiar in name only in terms of their mission. Some of them, as Director Treese asked about DPAVE, that's an organization that maybe the Budget Committee and CWAC members are not as familiar with.
Once again, very valuable information, but I think it's information that should be included in the description. I mean, the descriptive information in the budget, and this is my 8th year, and I've been a real champion of saying this on the Washington County side, this is too anemic for the work and the value that CWS provides to ratepayers and the level of collaboration and partnership. Please don't undersell yourselves. That's all. You've got it. Just put it in. And then I have a question about what I'm not appreciating that something changed. There's both food and expenditures percentage-wise on page 198 that's gone up. And then I don't understand, I know you've had communications and community involvement for a long time, and I understand that things go through restructuring, but darn it, why on page 191 are the last couple of fiscal years blank? Because you've been doing this kind of stuff. So what is it about how we have organized the budget charts such that those are zero? I'm just curious.
The second part of your question, Chair, I'm looking to Aaron, because CCE until last year was budgeted out of a different program, and it's that shifting of the program. We've been doing that work for many, many years, as you say. It was just funded differently.
They were in office of the CEO department and then transferred into regional utility services.
So through your tracking and all of your object codes and all of that, did the software not allow you to just subset that out? I mean, you must have subsetted it out previously.
This is a factor of budget law, so you report those in the years where they landed in the budget for comparability in year by year. So they're in 24 and 25 actuals. They're in the right program where they were at that time. It's just an issue of budget law.
If you turn to page 129, actually, you will see the history of that program in its prior department.
Okay, that is a really useful cross-reference. You're right, and I didn't do that. So thank you very much. Yeah. Because I wrote down a note for myself where it moved to, but I didn't put it correspondingly on this page. So I only did half of my breadcrumb stuff. Thank you. Now, and for the first part, it had something to do with food and expenditures. And I know the policies are being followed, but I'm not tracking, was it changed? Was it the movement of a group? Is that an event I need?
Chair, can you mention the page you were focused on?
Oh, boy.
Sorry.
Trying to keep my page. I think, oh, it was on page 189.
In the food line?
Yeah, because in my brain, I have no problem that there was an FTE restructuring. But I need that little tickler to remind me that, yeah, when you move a group from one part to another part, some of the expenses move, and given that the percentage on 189, second from the bottom under personnel expense subtotal, was such a large percentage increase. This goes to Elaine's point earlier about some of that. They're just helpful reminders. I made an assumption, Joe, that it was just related to new people coming from one group to another, because the dollar amount is perfectly reasonable.
Small amount, but as you said, the percentage.
Yeah.
So, and
Do you think my assumption is safe?
yes.
Okay. Great
I'm
answer.
Looking at my,
No, it works for me. Logically, it works. So thank you. But it seemed like the place to ask. Thank you very much.
I have a couple of questions. I'm sorry, go right ahead, Elaine.
Hey, Joe, can you review, just kind of high level, summarize the contracted services, the professional services, and the other government services? Those are big pieces. And I'm guessing none or very little of those are the partnerships you mentioned before, but I'd just like to know what's going into those line items.
so it's a mixture of different expenses in those various line items. The professional services, as was described earlier, so our contract with Brown and Caldwell, for example, on the design and construction standards, that would be in that professional services. We're going to get a report. They're helping us with technical work and things along those lines.
And the web redesign as well, I'm guessing, is professional.
It will be in the digital solutions budget itself, but since our team is so actively engaged in putting that together, we wanted to touch on that because it is a large workload item for us in the near future. So contracted services are some of the things that I mentioned in our partnerships with those 7 or 8 organizations that I mentioned. Those are examples of contracted services. And then the government services one or others are things, a myriad of things like our chamber memberships. So we're a member of 6 or 7 chambers in Washington County. Those expenses come out of that. We do sponsorships of different events during the year. That comes out of that other governmental services line. So it's a myriad of, it's not one large item, it's a myriad of a lot of ongoing expenses that meet those different categories. The other thing that I think you've seen, we consistently are kind of fine-tuning the budget, so things that maybe were categorized in one item really belongs in a different item. So that, I think, has continued to happen over the time I've been here in terms of shifting dollars around. So we're not spending anything more, it's just how we categorize those expenses has changed in the budget.
Joe, I got a little bit of a phone a friend on the food. You also have for co-implementers and Clean Water Essentials are also
Thank you.
part of that.
Thank you for that reminder.
That was a good improvement of Clean Water Essentials class, taking it not just to elected officials, but to the co-implementing partners and the staff level of engagement. And it's really a good 6-hour investment of time, and they get tours as well. So, yeah.
And our another tradition that, as Elizabeth mentioned, we do a co-implementer lunch with all our co-implementer partners that we meet throughout the year, but we invite them usually to Durham, where we host that event. All within the current food expenditure policies, of course. But those expenses come out of that.
Commissioner, over to you.
No, I think Elaine touched on it. I was just looking at, again, the temporary and overtime of overall. And most of the temporary is in the CCE, and most of the overtime is in planning and development. So you must have something planned in there that doesn't fall into the employee category.
Yes, assuming the budget is approved as it's proposed, we will be adding a temporary position in our education program within communications and community engagement. That's what that temporary item is. And then the overtime is largely to stay on top of permit timelines to make sure that we're getting permits done in a timely manner and out the door to meet that expectation of the development community and our partners.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before I pass it on to my right or left? You're next. Not seeing any. Thank you as always.
Okay, hello, my name is Holly Dober. I'm the Human Resources Director, and you'll find information for the Human Resources Department in the budget book on pages 173 to 176. Our initiatives here, so we are currently in labor negotiations with our union, Teamsters Local 223, which is where we have about 200 employees. And our hope is to ratify the contract, and then in fiscal year 2027, we would implement those changes in the collective bargaining agreement. Also, next year, we'll be reviewing the employment laws and policies and updating it as needed. We'll review total compensation, pay equity, employee well-being, recognition, retention, and engagement. In the Human Resources Department, there's 10 HR professionals. And for our budget, you'll see here the personnel services increased 3%, and our materials and services decreased 2% with an overall increase of 2%. Our budget drivers are in the personnel costs, which increased 3%. These are our standard increases in wages and other personnel expenses. We have not added any new full-time positions. We have no redesignations or anything on the horizon. Our materials and services decreased 2%. This is due to the flexible spending account transitioning over to a new bank, so we saved some money in administrative fees there. As I mentioned, our union bargaining will be complete, and so we will no longer need the project work or the legal services to do those negotiations. And we removed the TriMet subsidy. HR did an analysis on the max line stop locations in the vicinity of our locations at all of our facilities. And as an outcome of this study that we did, we have a low utilization rate, and so that was removed because the services are no longer being utilized as much as they had been in the past. But we are open to revisiting that in the future to see if that's a benefit that we will need to add back.
So that was the total cost for all Clean Water Services employees?
Yeah, it was $27,000. That's the line item you see in the budget that was removed.
Okay.
And we are a very small 2% of the overall budget. Questions?
Doesn't look like there are any questions. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Shaw. I'm the Digital Solutions Director, and the budget details for Digital Solutions can be found starting on page 157. I'll just start with a quick overview of the programs that are inside of Digital Solutions, just to give a little bit of insight into the work we do and how we're structured. First, our Geographic Information Systems, our GIS program. You may remember from last year, this was a newly centralized team that moved into the department. GIS program is responsible for managing the systems and services related to our spatial data. So think about mapping infrastructure like pipelines, manholes, pump stations, and utilizing that data for insights and information. So do a lot of support of our field ops, natural systems, and planning and development services groups, as well as being able to expand those services across the district. Our applications team, they manage and support the software systems that run our operations and our business. They also provide data services like reporting, and they build and maintain all the integrations between our systems. Our client services team, again, this was a new program that was added as of our current fiscal year, and this was a little bit of a reorg just internally in Digital Solutions. So this is our customer-facing, face of Digital Solutions frontline support team, made up of our IT service desk technicians, as well as bringing in our business systems analysts into that group. And we are currently in the process of posting to hire that IT client services manager position, which is our only open vacancy at this time. And then finally, IT infrastructure. That program is responsible for our core technology environment. So that's anything from networks and Wi-Fi to servers, data centers, phone system, user accounts, kind of all the core foundational pieces come from that program. Some of our top initiatives for the year, one is replacing the phone system. So we have a rather antiquated phone system that has, it's a bit fragile and it has a lot of technological dependencies that we need to move away from. So implementing a new phone system across the district, moving to something like Teams calling, or a lot more of the soft client, and it's integrated with the Teams system that everyone already uses. And there's a lot of considerations there as far as what the calling tree should be, and if we're going to be calling into one number, what do we do for emergency and life safety systems like elevators, gates, E911, all of those things. So that's an initiative over the coming year. Another is our data management master plan, which is a multi-year initiative to build a strategy for governing, organizing, leveraging our data as really a critical asset for the district. This is an ongoing effort. We've engaged with Hazen and Sawyer to come in and assist with the implementation of this master plan. And in this current year and into next year, we are building the first version of our data warehouse to support some of operations data needs. We're performing some data governance workshops, establishing data governance standards. So that may be policies, processes, procedures around data, mostly aiming to ensure that our data is accurate, consistent, secure, and used appropriately. And then we will be continuing to assess additional needs, kind of from a programmatic perspective. What are future phases of this project going to include, and planning out the future work to be done as well. And then the final one that I have on there, as Joe mentioned, migrating the public website to Civic Plus. And so supporting CCE and partnering with them on ensuring we have a robust website that gives the public the information they need, is ADA accessible as we have compliance requirements, and just as a service to the community. In summary, for our budget, we have a 9% increase in personnel services, which I'll talk about a little bit on the next slide. Materials and services, 4% increase, for a total department budget increase of 6% for next year. And we have increased from 28 FTE to 29 budgeted. A couple of the drivers for the changes in our budget. One, our personnel services increased by 9%. This is just one transfer in from the strategy team into Digital Solutions. And then across the board, kind of the question that's already been asked about what else is included in those personnel costs. So anything from PERS, benefits, all the other parts that are not just core salary. And then for materials and services, two main things to call out there on that 4% increase. One is software has increased just under $300,000. That is, we're seeing year over year uplift due to inflation. You probably see in the news things like AI driving costs of hardware and that getting passed along to us as a customer.
Is that the increase, or the total amount?
That is the increase.
Wow.
Yeah, that is the increase in our software licenses.
And those renew on different timelines.
Yeah, some may be under an annual contract, and sometimes there is no uplift on those. Other times we may be in a 3-year contract. Very rarely, I think we can go up to 5, but that's increasingly rare just with how quickly technology changes.
And how many categories of software licenses? You know, you have desktop software, you have different applications that different departments use. Where might the Budget Committee get a scope of what types of licenses fit in different tiers and how it relates to these overall dollar amounts for software licenses?
Yeah, I can provide that information. So we have a breakdown line item for each piece of software that we have. I believe it's around 155 different pieces of software, and it's anything from things like Adobe that might be installed on everyone's desktops to our Oracle EBS system that we use for financials.
So I'm not looking for the line item detail. That's why I talked about the tiers. You know, there can be a tier of different desktop application licenses versus cloud-based services versus enterprise-wide applications. I think it's important for the Budget Committee to have some visibility into how much of our operations, we get to see on tours how much of our operations is on physical infrastructure, right? The plants, the pipes, the office buildings. But these are somewhat invisible assets to us, and you're bringing it to life very well. But in every governmental agency, I think it's important that we have some appendix or supplemental information that just makes that connection in order for an agency to function. There's software that HR and finance and digital solutions needs to provide the services that the operational groups need. That's all.
And then the last item there under materials and services, professional services decreased by 81,000. That is, there's kind of a story to tell here on what's gone up and down that I'll get into. So I mentioned the data management master plan before. Previously, that was split between WRRD and digital solutions from a budgeting perspective. For this coming fiscal year, we have put all of those professional services into the digital solutions budget. It'll just make it easier to track and keep track that is the same project, same effort being done there. However, just as we evolve and consider how best we need to meet the needs of the district and our capacity, we have to work on projects in digital solutions. We've reduced or eliminated a number of our professional services, and this was due to either engagements that have been completed or are no longer required. So, for example, some of the costs for last year were for software that has since been purchased and thus doesn't require professional services any longer. Some was for work that was completed on a temporary basis, specifically an engagement with a professional services temp agency to do some of our SharePoint administration and SharePoint work. And then there are also a couple of projects that we no longer plan to engage professional services, and we're reassessing instead how we will do that work internally. So we had set some money aside for our employee engagement portal, planning on doing that internally, and then things like the public website was set aside a good chunk of money for professional services, but we've since started the contract process with Civic Plus, and we have a clearer understanding of that being a small implementation cost and then ongoing licensing costs. And I think with that gets to our slice of the pie, 8% of CWS departmental operating budget. Are there any other questions? I think I stand between us and lunch, so. Thank you. Thank you.
Before we go on lunch break, could we, I see that we have 3 more parts to business services functional area. And I'm wondering if we could include a space for additional Q&A, and I'll out myself here as to why I'm asking, because there are just a few making sure I understand things correctly type questions that I didn't do a perfect job of aligning with the budget section, and I'm just wondering if there's a place where I can just follow up and get all my tags taken care of.
Yes, Chair. We had a sidebar earlier and believe that either before or after financials would be a good place to slot that in.
Wherever you would like to do it is fine by me.
Before financials?
Maybe before.
We'll do it at the close of the department budgets before financials.
Great, thank you. Does that work for everyone else? Great. And I'll make sure I read all the Q&A by then, too.
How are we doing on time?
We are still ahead of schedule. And my understanding is that it's the desire of the committee to take an hour break, and we will continue. We aren't as far ahead as we were before, but we should be still about 30 minutes ahead.
And also, one of the things we might consider talking about, just as a budget committee, some of you our non-board members have had different years of experience on the budget committee, and it may be worth our asking you the question of what do you wish you had further visibility into or further explanation of, or any other logistics that would have helped be on the budget committee?
I'm going to have some questions about that.
Okay, because you've had a lot of longevity here with this board of directors, and I want to make sure that we're harvesting the wealth of information from you before we close out our influencing how the agencies do things with the new board next year. That's all. Okay.
With that, why don't we take an hour for lunch so we can reconvene at 1:16, and after lunch is over, we'll have Bruce Cordon with Legal Services and Jamie Hughes for Regulatory Affairs.
And lunch is in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back, Budget Committee, and back to you, Chair Hogan.
Where we left off, and we have Bruce Cordon for Legal Compliance and Services and Jamie
Hughes for Regulatory Affairs.
Yes, hi, I'm Bruce Cordon. I'm the Regulatory Compliance and Audit Manager in the Legal and Compliance Services Department. And I'm sitting in today for Caroline Lobdell, our General Counsel, who was unable to attend. So I'll start out just by talking a little bit about our department. It's composed of three programs: legal services, internal compliance and cybersecurity, and procurement. Our legal services group has 7 FTE. Our internal compliance has 4, and our procurement has 9. So that totals 20. And I wanted to talk about one of our initiatives this year. It's the contract management system, which will be a software product that will be utilized by our procurement group. Currently, procurement assists various departments throughout Clean Water Services with contracting and procurement issues like making sure we follow the purchasing rules, drafting contracts, carrying out competitive procurement processes, dealing with invoices, and so forth. And it's quite the assembly line. There are at least 1,000 contracts that procurement helps with every year. And in addition to that, many transactions that involve purchase orders rather than contracts. And so it's very important that they conduct their work efficiently. Currently, we have a hodgepodge of software programs that they use, none of which are really intended for contract management. And so there's a lot of uploading and downloading, a lot of extra steps. The contract management system will allow us to put in one place everything that we need to do regarding our procurement function. And we're hoping that this will lead to large efficiencies. We're already seeing that the number of steps involved in some of our processes should decrease from 9 or 10 down to 3 or 4 by doing this. And so we have high hopes for this system. The budget for FY27 shows an 8% increase in personnel services, a 6% decrease in materials and services, and an overall 6% increase for the department. This can be explained by saying that we have 1 FTE who was added, which increased our personnel services budget. And in addition to that, of course, we have the ordinary inflationary increases to salaries and benefits and so forth. The materials and services decreased by 6%, and that is largely because our legal folks have decided that there's more work in the future that they can do in-house and not have to farm out to outside counsel. So this shows that we are a sliver of the entire budget, which is a good thing, 3%. So with that, I'll open it to questions.
I'll ask.
Oh, we got Nisha with a
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry. I didn't see yours right.
Yes. So we have a change in vocabulary that we are using for budget purposes for legal services that are basically outside lawyer services. Those used to be budgeted as professional services, but now we've decided that for clarity's sake, those particular services will come out as legal services, and the professional services will be other services that could be things like investigators or other things that we have to do that go along with the legal services that we provide.
So that explanation is a good start. I had the same exact observation, but it doesn't address why we went from $80,000, I assume, in outside legal services. Put it differently. Show me where I could get my head around how this cost is now $400,000 a year. Where else in this book would I see a $320,000 cost approximately, or something different, reduce?
So my understanding of this is that,
You might need to phone a friend.
I got you, Bruce.
go ahead.
So if you look on page 179, you will actually see a $340,000 reduction in professional services, right below the $320,000 increase in legal services. So that reflects the move that Bruce was talking about.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Yet here, I mean, you've got another, on page 179, you've got another legal services that's $400K. So it's both on 110 and on 179. Is that because it's, the 110 is the roll-up?
Yes.
Yes! Thank you for helping me connect the dots.
And our contracted services different?
I know we have a category for legal services and one for professional services. I don't see, is there a contract?
On 179, yes, it's $500. It went down from $11,500 down to $500. So there was a minus 96 change there. Do you see? Oh, sorry. Go up under personnel expense subtotal. And contracted services is just the first line item under that section on page 179.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yes. I can't explain that one. Carolyn and I didn't discuss that.
So let me make sure I understood this. So, and Aaron, I'm going to need you to talk me through it again. So you talked about how last year outside legal counsel was listed under what category, Aaron, was that? Professional services, but here, professional, oh, there's a 300K there, okay. Got it, yeah. So what's left unanswered is, why did it go down 11,000?
So contracted services, if you look on page 179, the history in that we've spent $1,200 and $1,300. It was carrying an $11,000 budget. It was not being used. So this $11,000 reduction is a truing up to actual expenditures.
Oh, part of that cost due diligence
Yes.
that the interim CEO talked about.
Exactly.
Oh, that makes logical sense to me. How about you, budget member George?
Yeah.
I'm so used to calling you by your first name.
Yeah, thank you.
And that took care of my question, too.
Mine too. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Any other questions?
Good afternoon, Budget Committee members. My name is Jamie Hughes. I'm the Compliance Operations Manager in the Regulatory Affairs Department. I am standing in today for Caroline Lobdell, who is the General Counsel and Chief of Compliance Officer, but she is also the Acting Regulatory Affairs Director. So you can find a summary of the Regulatory Affairs budget on pages 199 through 207 of your budget book. The Regulatory Affairs Department, lovingly referred to as RAD, consists of 3 different programs, not to be confused with the Compliance Services team that Bruce just talked about. We also have a Compliance Services team. That team is primarily responsible for managing our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, which consists of our MS4, Municipal Separate Storm Sewer Program or Stormwater Permit, and also all of our air quality permits. We also have our environmental services team. They work with and regulate all of the industries, both for industrial pretreatment. So the wastewater that's discharged from the industries does not impact operations or our conveyance system. And they also work with all of the industries on industrial stormwater management as well. And then we have our laboratory services, which is self-explanatory. A couple of our initiatives this year, this fiscal year, we are continuing to collaborate with the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality on our watershed-based pollutant permit renewal. So that's a big effort and a big undertaking. That permit expires at the end of next year, so we have been in close coordination with DEQ as we're working through that permit renewal. The Environmental Services team also coordinates source investigation and control efforts when there are impacts to operations at our treatment facilities. And we are ensuring continuity of compliance operations as we move from the lab, from the administrative building to our new lab. We also, yep.
Could I just share the observation here? I'm going to out myself. I've been on the CWS board for 8 years, and I took on face value that there's an industrial pre-treatment program. Okay, but I really want to give you all credit for the information in the Q&A. I call it the FAQ, sorry. Under number 23, I'd never had the system described as well as it is on page 8 and 9 about how our water treatment plants are designed to treat domestic wastewater and how industries are required to pre-treat their waste discharges so it's closer to the quality of domestic wastewater, and then it goes on. Put that in here. It's much more approachable language. I mean, a huge light bulb went off for me. In case you've got more information on your website or in city council presentations, that just helped me so much. So thank you, Elaine, for asking the question. I couldn't have done better than this.
Yeah, definitely. And we are looking at evaluating our rates for industries and what they're discharging to us. You'll see in the answer to that question that I mentioned capacity, so the amount of flow that they're discharging to the system, and high strength, so COD and TSS. Those are the two things that we currently bill industries for, but we are looking at ways of potentially billing them for other things that might impact our operations. So you mentioned data centers. I'll just kind of segue into talking about that. We are looking at data centers and trying to evaluate what flow, what potential parameters or contaminants they might have in their discharges, whether or not they discharge. We're having them all submit permit applications to us, and then we'll go out and do an inspection. The Environmental Services team will go out and do an inspection of the facility and get more information about what those discharges might look like, if they do indeed discharge. Data centers are different. There are some that do, there are some that don't. Some are they say, are closed loop. So when we do our investigations or our inspections, we'll go out and find out that information and then determine if we need to have a permit for them or not.
And do we have a schedule for that?
They are currently submitting permit applications as we speak.
I mean, I know they may put stuff in the water, but there's also the sort of thermal compliance component to it. So I assume that's part of what you're describing?
Yes. Temperature is one of the things we'll be looking at. You also mentioned reuse, using recycled water. We're looking at that as well. It's all very in the investigatory stage right now, but we'll keep you all updated.
Related to that, just as a board member, I would be interested to know what their flow rate is like versus the other set of industrial companies that we've got. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. We've heard varying ranges.
Yeah, so staying on the data center and tech industry pathway here, it seems that Clean Water Services, if you're not already incurring some expenses, it seems like there are inevitable expenses with monitoring what's coming in from them, and possibly doing some sort of treatment of that stuff. I mean, and even if they have a closed loop system, at some point that water is going to have to get flushed and refreshed. And so it seems like clean water is either going to be dealing with warm water coming in from cooling systems and or water from those cooling systems with a higher concentration of pollutants.
Yeah, we are looking at if they are discharging whatever they're discharging to us, that if there's a treatment option, we do this with all of the industries. There are industries where we require certain plans for them to put into place, certain treatment operations to be put into place to address different contaminants that they might be sending to us. That's why it's called a pre-treatment program. We're asking them to pre-treat their waste before they send it to us to meet certain requirements. And we would do the same thing with data centers. So yes, we are looking at that, and we are looking at recurring the costs of either us having to treat it or potentially even working with them to conduct their own monitoring. And all of the industries do self-monitor, but we would be looking at data centers specifically to do that.
Yeah, and I think the important point I'm trying to get out within my own questions here is just trying to find ways to ensure that they are paying for the costs of monitoring and treatment as opposed to it going onto
the ratepayers. Yep.
Other ratepayers.
Yep, we are looking at all of that.
Okay, good.
Yep. So and I will, one more thing, I will mention that some of the data centers could also, you mentioned the line flushing, and we've been talking with one particular data center recently, and as they're constructing their data center, they're actually going to be hauling off the line flushing water. So they won't be sending it to us. Yeah, so there are options, and we're working with them on all of the options.
I just want to clarify here, because we do have operational data centers, not just in construction, in the Clean Water Service territory, not within the purview of the county. I just want to verify all that. And so we do have regulations for those that are currently operational, and they have to pre-treat like anybody else, correct?
We have not previously included data centers in our suite of industries that we require a permit application for. Currently, under the federal regulations, they're not part of the categorical industries, so we are reaching out to them to determine if they need to be.
When did that change?
That they are now part of a category. Oh, well, now that there's
Clean Water Services is requiring this.
just now, now we're reaching out to them and asking them for
a day ago,
maybe a couple months ago.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Is that a policy decision or what?
It was a program decision. I mean, we've talked to our executive leadership team about it, and it's because we're getting more of a spotlight on it. It's something we need to start looking into.
I'll lift up that you need to bring this to the board. It makes common sense to me, but we're your elected board, and we may get asked questions about the whys and what fors.
We do get asked questions.
And it makes perfect sense to me, given the potential effects, but Director Snyder's point is well taken. What about those that are already operational, and are we just now, I guess I would have to ask, in the grand scheme of things, when we find an industry changes, like their processes, and now they have something new that affects our operations, do we have the authority to go back and say, no, you need a new type of sub-permit or whatever?
Yes, I mean, they are not allowed to discharge certain parameters to us. So yes, now that we're learning more,
So
we're
we need to
including
figure
them.
out those pieces and have awareness, and I think CWAC would benefit from knowing that too.
And this typically,
Fact-finding is really important, and I want to applaud you on gathering the information that you can then bring to your policymakers.
yeah, definitely. Thank the environmental services team. They are doing a fantastic job of working with all of our industries. That's something we pride ourselves on. We have a very close working relationship with all the industries. Case managers are assigned to industries to develop that relationship. I mean, you've heard about PFAS and working with industries to develop PFAS management plans. That's not a requirement. There's no permit limits for PFAS right now, but because of that close working relationship, we're bringing industries along before there are requirements. So this is another element of that. Mm-hmm.
Jamie, I have a quick question for my own edification, just to understand something you said earlier around they won't be discharging to us, they will be hauling. Do you have a conversation with them? Where is that going?
I don't know the details of that, but I'm sure someone else, I can find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I wasn't in all the conversations with that data center, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Any other questions on data centers? One thing I'll just clarify is that data centers, the industry process that we're targeting or that we're looking at is the cooling, right? And that's typically not something that has fallen under that categorical standard that we look at industries. I mean, there's cooling towers and blowers at all sorts of industries, and we don't have to go to every single industry that has cooling, but it's something now that we are rethinking that maybe we do need to start looking at that. Typically, we were looking at industries.
Any industry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Industries
that put stuff in
yeah,
the water, not
right. That have just more complicated industrial processes than just cooling. Mm-hmm. But now this is kind of making us rethink. Maybe we need to look at these other cooling processes as well. Typically, cooling does not result in a lot of changes in discharges, but we're going to find out for sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, we also have 43 FTE in regulatory affairs. You'll see on this slide the main kind of the budget summary. Material and services is our largest budget item with 29%. I'll talk about that in the next slide. So personnel services increased 2%. That's due to the fact that we have no new FTE this year. We're still at 43. We did reduce the budget for temporary positions, so we took temporary positions out of the laboratory, and then we have standard increases in wages and other personnel expenses. Materials and services, again, is where you see the largest increase at 29%. That is largely due to that one-time costs associated with moving the laboratory from the ABC building to the new lab building. As you can imagine, you can't just hire any old moving company to move these very sensitive analytical equipment, so there's some costs associated with that. And then the other piece of material and services is the increase in permits, licenses, and fees. These are the DEQ fees that we're required to pay for our water quality permits and our air quality permits, and they're increasing by 4% and 20% respectively. I know that looks like a big number. A lot of that is related to the move to electronic reporting that Oregon DEQ is now requiring. They're also doing kind of an overhaul of their air quality program, and they've been behind in getting staff on board and focusing as much on the air quality program. So that's also part of the increase that you'll see there. And then you can see that we're 8% of the operating budget. Are there any other questions?
On the last slide, you mentioned that you took out the temporary positions. How does that impact your ability to follow up with all the industries if you don't have that?
The temporary positions were in the lab, and they were actually hired as full-time positions.
Converted.
Yeah, and then, yes, and it's actually our environmental services team that works with all the industries. Mm-hmm. And we hired a couple new folks in that team a few years back, so they are fully staffed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, to wrap up our department section meetings, we will have Kathy Leader with Finance and Accounting.
Thank you. So finance and accounting are, you can find our budget pages on page 169 through 172 in the budget document. So So in finance accounting, some initiatives we have going on in this next year, now that we have the completion of the cost of service study, our updates to our financial forecast and our rate development, now we're starting to launch that next ask of some of the cities, and that's updating, and the district, updating our system development charges. So we're gonna launch that project in this next year. Also, complete the utility billing feasibility study that recently started. That's looking at different billing options in the future for the district, along with opportunities for income assistance or emergency assistance programs for our customers. And then finally, again, looking at implementing a capital budget, an updated capital budget software, so potentially utilizing Questica, which is our current operating budget software, but implementing capital within that also. And we have
a question on that. Are you using Questica cloud-based or not?
We are moving to that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes.
Director.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Kathy, you just mentioned that in the coming year, we'll be looking at updating the SDCs. That was one of my questions that I asked. Does that include looking at how those SDCs are reached? What are the processes within the, much like we just did with the rates?
Yes, we're completely looking at an overhaul of the methodology.
Okay, and how long has it been since we've done that?
We've updated in 2009 was the last time we updated.
So it's been a while.
It's been a while, yes.
Okay.
That's when you updated it, but I thought we went through another SDC. Might have just been a training that we had.
2009 was the last time we went and utilized the same methodology we adopted a few years back and updated it for the current master plans and CIP. And we didn't adopt the full rate at that time. So over time, we incrementally increased that rate to now where we've maxed, and every year it's just at the ENR index, engineering news record for inflation.
Thank you. Putting the pieces together.
So for the finance group, personal services, we at 14%, 26 over 27 budget. Material services, 11% for overall 13% increase. FTE increased by 2 in that year. And those increase in FTE, one is a transfer out of the strategy development and enterprise performance management program. So moving over similar to other programs. And the other is the repurposing of an FTE that was in administrative services and business operations into our group as a utility billing representative. A position has been needed for quite a while in helping on the billing side for us. All other increases for personal services relate to just increase in wages and COLA and benefits. On the material and services side, an increase of almost 250,000. It really relates to two key areas. One is our contract with Tualatin Valley Water District for joint billing. So it's those contract services with them. So you see that online on the 52270 object code. And then also under our professional services, that utility billing feasibility study that we're entering into in this next year.
I'm sorry. You just referred to an object code and a line item, and I'm wondering, I have to catch up to you. I didn't. That all went by me too fast.
Page 170. Line item, object code 5270.
Yes, 52270, which is other governmental services. That increase you see in that line item, that relates to those services that we do with Tualatin Valley Water District.
Yep. Great.
And then similarly, the other large line item you see in my group is the professional services, 52240 on that same page, and that relates to the utility billing feasibility study.
Oh, got it. Okay, that was one of my observations, so thank you for bringing that to life.
And that ends my presentation. Any questions that the committee may have?
Okay, Kathleen, I just want to mention, because I've been doing this for a few years, and I've been curious about, do you publish a CAFR, Consolidated Annual Financial Report? Do you submit to Government Finance Officers Association, et cetera. And I dug in on the website a wee bit and found that, yes, indeed, you routinely get acknowledged for very high-quality financial reporting and accounting practices by the Government Finance Officers Association. I just wanted to call that out and compliment you on that.
Thank you. And additional on our budget document too. Yes, both, yes.
Would you love to be on the CWS Audit Committee, which is just nascent? It's only been through its first year, right?
Yes, and yes, yeah. And we have 2 applicants that are coming in for you guys. It's very exciting.
So anyway, it's a very new audit committee.
Yes.
Very cool.
Okay, with that, we are going to have a little nitty-gritty Q&A session, other budget questions that Kathy is happy to answer and that was requested for earlier by members. So I will open that up now if anyone has questions.
I have 3.
Start us off, Chair Harrington.
And this has more to do with, I probably didn't catch the pieces as they were going by. So first, I noticed that printing costs have increased everywhere. And some of them have some pretty substantial ones. The first time I really ran into it or put in a Post-it for myself was on page 110. And it isn't a department to department necessarily specific item, but it's just like that question I asked a while ago about postage and freight going up. So I could use a little reminder as to what do we do as an organization other than printing like budgets and other internal materials. What goes into our printing usage? And I say this lovingly because Joe, help me with the name, the utility officer has done these great briefs for each of our cities and taken them out through the State of the Partnership presentations. And they're like wonderful 4-page brochures. So I'm just wondering if you could help me as a budget committee person understanding what have been some of our improvements as an agency that have led to some of the print cost increases. High-level summary.
So it's $60,000 of that is actually just our in-house usage of our printers.
Okay.
That we pay on premises.
Yep, which I totally get because I'm an office person and, you know, I print slides for meetings because that's the way I internalize things.
And we actually pay a per-page amount.
Yes,
with
yeah, the county does too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Has
colors-
that gone up recently? I mean, is that part of what's driving the change the chair's asking about?
This is actually something that we are looking into to see if maybe we have some default settings that are going to color, because color printing is more expensive than black and white printing, especially on that per-page basis.
Yeah. Well, and just because, you know, we have a lot of electronic uses, desktop computers, laptops, tablets, I mean, a lot of the operations are electronic. With the volume of information that goes by, I'm still I internalize things better in paper. And I've really appreciated those brochures. I can't recall if CWS has a PAFR, but there may be times we don't have a PAFR. The county just did its first PAFR last year. That's the Popular Audit Financial Report. It tries to put the ACFR in. We don't say CAFR anymore, it's the ACFR. I'll explain later. The industry renamed it for good reason, I'll just say that. It is ACFR, right? Thank you. Phew. So it puts the ACFR in more lay person's identifiable words. So I just want to give a shout out to, there are times and places where we need to have takeaway information for our community members. And I support that. So that was question number one. The other two are very quick and simple. One of them you covered, but I still need the offline on page 120 and why paralegal is there. So that's why I kept my Post-it tag. I'm just trying to make sure I close them all. Then, I don't know why I didn't ask this earlier, page 210, which is under Engineering Services, Functional Area, and Wet Department Expenditure Summary. I don't know who that is. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't know who to call up. But in this chart on page 210, if you go to the personnel expense subtotal line and then go down 5 lines to landscape services, a 1,090% increase. All of a sudden, landscape services changed. Was it a consolidation that I didn't quite follow, or what did we do differently that it went from $50,000 to almost $600,000? And I wouldn't know what friend to phone.
No, but it wasn't someone's slide. Like, there was mention of it on a slide, but I don't remember who it was.
It's the Engineering Services Functional Area under WET, Water Engineering Technology.
So this is related to reuse, and I believe our expert in that area is not in the room.
Oh,
but it
okay.
was a, yes, it's in the reuse program.
Is the Budget Committee comfortable with our just taking that question and that I get a satisfactory answer before we adopt the budget?
We can follow up in writing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had.
Elaine?
Okay, I have a few different questions. Way back at the beginning on page 4, under capital improvement projects, securing water rights is listed. And I'm curious about that because I didn't think we had any water rights that were unspoken for in the Tualatin watershed. So can anybody elucidate where those might be coming from?
What page is that on again?
It's on page 4.
Okay.
There are some landowners that we work with to get their water rights that they no longer use in stream, so that they're not using them on the land. We get them back in the stream, and then we have more stream flow, which is great for all kinds of things.
Nice. Is that in the upper watershed then?
A lot of them are in the upper watershed, yes.
Perfect.
But we work with the water master too to understand where all the water rights are and what are being used and what's not.
Okay, thank you.
Since you mentioned the water master, I just want to make sure that you track in the Washington County proposed budget, changes to the water master budget, and it's a downstream effect, unintended consequence, so it may be something that CWS is going to have to address.
Yeah, we're actually updating our intergovernmental agreement with the water master right now and updating that to reflect the changes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay, so my next question is comes from page 12. Just when I thought I had it, I realized I don't. In the second paragraph, you state that Clean Water Services is proposing raising sewer and stormwater rates for regional and local services by 6.4%. but proposing raising the rate for sewer and stormwater regional services by 4% for customers billed by cities on behalf of Clean Water. Can you help parse that out for me a little more clearly?
Well, and actually, later in the presentation on the financial side, we'll go into that, like talking about regional and local services, who we provide those services to, and that update to the methodology and how we're, allocating those rate increases.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only remaining questions. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the committee?
One last comment, and that is just the explanations have dense information in them, dense value. So, for example, often a lot of what has driven clean water services service load has been growth. And on page 12, you talk about, I'm just looking at what I highlighted for myself, projected customer growth of 1%. That's compared to prior years and all of the capital development you've had to do, that's pretty small, wouldn't you say?
And that factor comes right out of our tracking of added equivalent dwelling unit over time, and it's on average 1% increase per year. And so we utilize that for our service fee forecasting.
So I think I might be misinterpreting what the 1% is.
So when we're going into our forecast and we're estimating our rate revenue based on increase in rate, and we add a factor for growth, as we've seen over the years,
Equivalent
for accuracy
units.
of that rate,
Yes, yes.
it's that 1%
Yeah.
that we've seen historically.
Okay. So the kind of slowing that I'm catching up with, you're saying, has just been historic?
Yeah, we average that out every year. We look at a 5-year. It used to be 2%, and over time with actuals and lining up where we landed budget versus actual, it's lined up at about 1% growth each year.
Okay, so there has been a slowing. I get it. Thank you so much.
And if I could actually jump back, we have all kinds of wonderful phone a friends happening from across CWS. So on the landscaping services, page 210. So
yes, thank you.
Yes, so this is, as we heard before, it has to do with water reuse, landscaping, and it's really about moving budget from NSES and consolidating it under that particular line item. So John Getz moved with Jared Kinnear. They are now together. Their work on doing landscaping and working with our reuse program and developing the reuse program is consolidated under that landscaping line item.
So, is it purely an organizational transition?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And can you come up to the table for the mic? I have to get myself to use the mic all the time, so you're not alone. Don't worry, don't be afraid of the table. We're all in this together.
I don't want to misspeak. My understanding is that it is a shift from the capital into operating for the reuse projects. It's not a shift from my budget to engineering.
Oh. Well, that's helpful. That's
So
a
what
clarification.
I think what I am is struggling a little bit with the water reuse program, because I know we are trying to shift, and we have a new, what's the golf course? There's a whole new project there. So that's why I'm struggling a little bit with the explanation and trying to say, okay, is this just a visibility of reorg restructuring, or is that another little star in the whole constellation of stars that helps me see a constellation?
Yeah.
So that's all. So.
It sounds like we still need to provide
Yeah, it'll
clarity in
settle out.
writing for follow-up, so
Yep,
we will
yep.
commit to doing that.
It'll settle out.
Yep.
Great. And remember, truth is in the eye of the beholder, so to speak, to use that phrase. It's that I'm struggling to get it. So you may be understanding it perfectly, but I may have to sit with it for a couple of days and come back and play back. So what I really need to understand is blah, 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 in my own words or something. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and with that, we will give the floor back to Kathy, who's going to give us some slides on overall financials. I don't believe so.
Was that, just because we asked for this, I wanted to ask, was this section helpful to have? Okay, great, thank you.
And bill their customer for those. They bill for our regional services, and they remit those dollars to the district monthly.
Kathy, could you pull your mic up?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. And for regional, and some customers, we provide both regional and local services for. And that's the urban unincorporated areas of Washington County, cities of Banks, Durham, Gaston, King City, and North Plains. And finally, we bill for all industrial customers in the service area and remit to the cities. Some have right-of-way fees, and so we process those on the bill and remit those to the cities, along with there's a local component of industrial service that is remitted to those cities too. So if they have an industrial customer that resides in their city, we remit that. So what are regional services? These are the services we provide to everybody and all customers in our service area. And they relate to that constructing, operating, maintaining of treatment plants, pump stations, pressure lines, and conveyance lines over 24 inches and larger. It's also the compliance reporting under the Oversight National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPEDS permit, including the Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, MS4 permit. We also includes maintaining minimum stream flows in the Tualatin and service area restoration, enhancing of stream corridors. On the local side, the Clean Water Services provides local services, and that relates to the design, build, and maintaining, repairing of sewer lines 21 inches and smaller. It relates to also the design, build, and maintaining and repairing of stormwater facilities. It's our street sweeping program, and also maintaining water quality facilities and cleaning catch basins and water quality manholes. And what's key to that regional and local piece is that part of the initiative that was completed this past year and adopted by the board is it was an update to our cost of service study and the adoption of a cost of service methodology. There were some main objectives that came out of that study. One was to review and update how costs are allocated between the two utilities, sanitary sewer and stormwater, but also looking at our regional local programs, those are services that are provided throughout the area. On the local side, what we're directly providing to our customers that we provide the local service for. It also, we wanted to prepare a 10-year financial plan that made sure we were covering all of our operating costs, our debt service, and our capital costs annually. It was to correct that local service funding deficit that was happening, that was found from the study, and it was ensuring that Clean Water Services maintains sufficient reserves for future operations. And finally, a part of that study resulted in the calculation of updated rates and a new methodology, and we evaluated the impact on customer bills. At an April 14th meeting, the board adopted that updated allocation methodology and the contingency reserve policy for the district. And just an awareness on that, the methodology now, it used to be that when we had our rates, and a rate study was done back in 2008, and those rates had a regional local component, and whenever we had a rate increase, we applied the same percentage to both the regional and local program. Under this new methodology, we evaluate the cost of service in each area, each utility, and the regional local, and we make sure that their service levels are getting covered by the rates. So they might have a different rate increase on any one of those components. This is showing you revenue trends similar to our expenditures we showed earlier. So this is showing you the 2025 actuals, the adopted budget for 2026, and the proposed budget for 2027. Obviously, service charges are our main revenue source for the district, and they're budgeted at $208.9 million. These revenues in our budget are based on our rate plan, put in our proposed rates for 27 that came out of this cost of service allocation methodology update and financial forecast and our rate plan. So our rates we're proposing this year are related to those updated studies. System development charges, we're looking at $22.4 million. We watch recent history, and identify are we seeing growth in that area or restriction? And we actually this year it's kind of slowed down, so we adjusted down our estimates for the next year. $14 million in interest earnings on our investments. Our Build America Bond subsidy, that's our revenue bond that we receive federal subsidy on the interest and expense we pay each year. That goes down every year as debt service goes down. That's why it decreased. And then we have these miscellaneous fees. These really include like septic charges, fog, oil and grease tipping fees, reimbursements from developers, and grant revenues. So stayed in alignment with past years. Yes. Yes.
On the previous slide, what is driving the SDC? Sorry. On the previous slide, what is driving the SDC charges to go down?
So in any given, system development charges they fluctuate a lot. It really just depends on development that's happening in the area, and we've had years where we've had a significant increase in those revenues, and it could relate to just some major multifamily or large construction that happened in that period. This past year, we've just seen a downturn in development. It's slowed down in all of our region.
The fees itself haven't necessarily changed, but the volume of development changed, which generates the revenue. And it relates to that 2% down to 1% growth we talked about earlier.
And that's based on like what permits are being filed?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We've just seen a slowdown in this past year. And so just to be conservative, we adjusted down our expected revenue.
And we're seeing that on the county side too, as well as cities are seeing a downturn in their volume of building permits for housing mostly.
So based on the completion of our cost of service study, our update of our cost allocation methodology, and our financial forecast, we went in and developed a 10-year forecast and a rate projection. And in that rate projection for 26-27, we are proposing a 6.4% increase in the combined rate combined by sanitary and storm for the customers that Clean Water Services bills directly. So for the average household that billed by Clean Water Services, they'll pay $4.28 more per month. So that's an average residential household. $1.97 of that is the regional services we provide, and $2.31 is for the local services. Similarly, based on the forecast and rate planning, the budget is based on a 4% rate increase for regional sanitary services and surface water management services. The average household will pay $1.97 more per month for regional services in the area.
So I think this goes back to maybe Elaine's question at the beginning of the budget. For example, I live in the city of Beaverton, so I pay the 4% in addition to what the city charges me, versus somebody who lives in Aloha, for the CWS portion of their bill, they're going to see the 6.4% overall. Did that close out your question?
It was the combination of regional and local together on the 6.4% that threw me off, because I had them in different buckets in my head. So just as a follow-on to this, then, the actual requested budget is down, and the requested rates are up. And how would you help a layperson explain that to somebody in 30 seconds in an elevator?
Well, I would say, yes, they are down, but we do anticipate we are still going to be spending reserves in this next year, and really related to the uptick of the capital program and the addition of the investments in the East Basin and West Basin master plans.
And the cost of operating the existing plants continues to go up.
So what page are you referring to there? Because I think there's one more part to that answer.
Okay, so the rate increases are on page 12, and then the overall budget request. I'm forgetting where I found it.
So flip to page 52. Overall, and it shows.
The proposed budget is down 10%.
Right, last year though, 752 million, this year it's 675 million, but in the 752 million was a $75 million bond that we did not exercise. So if you reduce the 752 by 75, we're about straight across the board. Yeah. So the real revenue and expense of running the business is pretty much straight across. That's why we had to look at fees kind of separately. Okay?
There's another, I think, an important thing to point out here, especially given some of the feedback that I think at least the board of directors has heard over the last couple months after the cost of service studies were done, and that is really a community reaction to the percentage increase in some of the local charges. And I think there's two important points about that. The overall actual amount of money is relatively small, but even more important, the reason it's increasing so much is because every other customer in the service area has been subsidizing those customers for years, and no one's asking them to pay it back. But now they got to pay their full rate, and frankly, they should have been paying their full rate, in my opinion and estimation, since I don't know whether it was 2008 is when the last analysis was done. So sometime between 2008 and now, which is 18 years, it's a long time. And I just think it's important for us to think about it that way, because while there's a lot of criticism about the 21% increase, to me, as someone who's lived in a city that whole time, I've been paying for other people's costs. And no one in the cities are going to be getting paid that back. So I just think that's an important part of this story overall, unless you disagree with that, Kathy. Please challenge me if you think I'm misstating it, but that's how I see it.
No, that's correct, and that was the ask of the cities and the board to look at that. Yes.
Oh,
Can
I take this one?
Well, before you do, I also, and I asked that question in writing, and in the question response, it's also there, and
please feel free to elaborate, but I just want to say, no, it's, you, Nisha, you can read it, but I just want you to know it's there.
What number is it?
It's number,
Question 15 on page 6 of the Q&A.
thank you.
I think it's fair to say, though, that the Budget Committee last year was less confident in the level of rigor and fiscal discipline being applied, I would say, to the organization. And so the whole group that convened last year sort of charged the board with trying to figure that out a little bit more, and the end result was us only, after a lot of discussion, only approving the 3%. And I'm sure there's a lot more content there for you, but I think that's important background.
I would just briefly add that we also had members of the public here last year who testified asking for relief. And so that spurred a reduced rate increase as well as looking at a relief program.
And so between both the Budget Committee last year and the budget adopting last year's budget, we also directed staff to do more work on transparency on our billing. So if you go to, I know the board has had a couple of different presentations. We were talking, Elaine and I were talking earlier about visibility of things. And that included this cost of services study. So it's helpful to see where we adopted it, but it might be useful to also have stated when there were board of directors presentations on it. But anyway, got a little off track there. Under Joe's leadership, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there was a whole set of information that I think I went through on the CWS website and saw sample bills from each city, yeah, as well as for UUA customers. And it was very insightful to see what, I mean, I get my bill in Beaverton, but I don't often get to see other people's bills, right? So seeing those sample bills, and then we on the board of directors also brought in our bills and we were showing one another. So, yeah, I think it was a very helpful exercise through all of it. But back on your question on the rates, I think the summary on slide 92 just gave it a little bit more visibility than that paragraph reads to me anyway. So, thank you.
I also think that it's important to recognize what was going on during our budget discussions a year ago, that there was, we were right in the middle of a crisis, frankly. And I think that, not that that was what forced the reduction from 4% to 3%, but there was a lot of other issues going on. And I think to Director Snyder's point, the question was, please provide rigor around the opportunity to drop this by 1%.
And a little bit of a challenge. Like, yeah. Let's see if you can do it for 3%. And they took that task, and at least my summary is them coming back this year, and they've made a believer out of me, and I was probably one of the most vocal around the 3%, was if we were to do that, we're going to start dramatically needing to either decrease the cost of our operations or decrease our investment in capital in ways that would be detrimental to the organization. So I've become a believer, but it took 8 months of time and a lot of work on the team's part to get there.
I also want to add that my question in writing was really not just about what the context was then, but what are the ongoing implications and effects of that reduction for last year? How are we having to make that up now? And the answer is yes, on the capital side. So I think that's an important piece to recognize as well.
Which is a second time learning for me as a board member, because during COVID, we held our rates. We didn't have an increase, and there was a future cost impact as a result of that. So I also want to say, to Commissioner Director Snyder's point, also we've seen that same discipline through staff in this proposed budget, which they've really done a bunch of consolidation, as I call it. That's how we've seen it in the org transfers that have happened. We have heard very, very useful but very limited use of, well, we requested, but the proposed budget only has. Staff has been incredibly prudent, has sharpened that pencil so many times. So just hats off to all members of the employee set that have worked on these budgets and scrubbing them and asking the question, do we really need to do this now? Or what more do we need to sort out before we ask for more? And so it's been a lot of discipline on the part of the full supervisor and management team and the executive team, and I really want to applaud them for it. So, because I think it's going to continue to help into future years.
Terry? So I think I understand another part of this is the drawdown of the reserve. Then on page 43, we have bullet items for how we're developing the reserve. And I understand some of those are new. That's coming. Still coming.
Yes, we will
Okay,
speak to
great.
those in just a moment. So,
Thanks for bringing this forward.
and so finally, the budget was developed utilizing those rates. However, on June 9th, there'll be a public hearing specific to the rates, and they will be adopted separately from the budget document itself. So here we're showing how our rates compare with other utilities in the region. And just so an awareness of what you're seeing here, any of the cities that have just blue bars, the light blue and dark blue, these are cities that we don't have newer rate information, so these are the rates that they were charging currently in 25-26. If there's a slight green cap to the rate, that is the add related to their proposed rates for 27. So we are showing for clean water services our proposed rate for the customers we bill directly for sanitary and storm on an average household at $71.23 a month compared to our competitors. So we still are able to provide a higher level of service, significantly less than most in our region. So it's still a very competitive rate. Okay. Yes.
I think this is really helpful. Is this also going to be, like, I don't know, marketed or publicized widely?
Yeah.
Included in the water bill. I think
interesting.
It's helpful to see how you compare.
Well, so that relates, I think, to a question that I wanted to hold until after the budget contingency and reserve policy slide, to have a little bit of a conversation here, to hear from our CWAC members about what have they learned as a result of being at this table today that maybe we should be more diligent about going over with CWAC as well. So, but for your being on the budget committee this year, you wouldn't have known that we do this rate comparison pretty frequently, I know.
Every year.
Yeah. So, but it's where do we use it? And until you asked your question today, I was thinking, yeah, but I don't want to make the other jurisdictions feel bad. So, but once you said, maybe we should be marketing this, that turned a light bulb on. So I'm trying to give you quite a compliment here that instead of as an elected official feeling that I might be making some of my peer colleagues in different places feel badly, I should be reminding myself that CWS is a very tight ship.
This could become a retention tool for keeping members in our community. They don't want to go somewhere else because they're.
You definitely pick where you want to go.
Yeah, but we all need a strong central city. I sit here and I think, wait a minute, I know the city of Portland has really struggled with their combined stormwater overflow, whatever that system is called, combined sewer stormwater system and the big pipe. But they provide their clean water back to a humongous river compared to the Tualatin. And yet their cost is double ours. It just astonishes me.
Wait till you see the treatment cost for the Bull Run.
Yeah, but that's drinking water. This is just wastewater and stormwater. So, yeah, I already know I'm glad I'm not a City of Portland water customer.
Thank you.
So,
Terry?
I should probably know this, but for people like me who live in Tigard, where do we compare on this chart compared to like the people who are getting both regional and local services from CWS?
go to the website.
Yeah.
Well, I know I could go there, but I'm asking now.
Yeah.
I mean, for the sewer part, it looks very similar to the clean water services.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, and with this, the member cities, we have found that because they'll do our regional rate, so that's consistent across, but to that regional rate, they also add right-of-way fees, some add administrative fees to that, and then they have their local program that a lot of times it's slightly higher than what Clean Water has done. So usually we are pretty competitive with them also.
They don't have to de-annex.
What?
You could move.
There you go.
I think you might be able to see a little snapshot of that on page 18.
Great, thank you, Gary.
The county is not set up to take on more UU8 customers.
But he could.
So Kathleen?
Yes.
Am I jumping the gun? I have a question about reserves. Are you going to speak to that in a minute?
I will.
Okay.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, and finally, for our system development charges, as I mentioned earlier, we maxed out on that rate based on our study back in 2009. And so now, every year annually, we increase that as allowed under our methodology by the engineering news record cost of construction annually. And this past year, it was 2.7%. And so for the sanitary sewer system development charge, it's increased by $193 to $7,332 per equivalent dwelling unit, and the stormwater side increasing by $19 to $710 per equivalent service unit. And that also goes to a public hearing June 9th. Yes.
I don't know how this is all structured, but there was a rate increase cap set for what year?
So back in 2009, we updated our rate based on, so using the existing methodology, we updated our rates for sanitary and storm based on that, the master plans that were in place at that time and our capital plan, and we developed, and because we have a reimbursement component, assets that were already online. So those values at that point in time, we calculated the rate based on the cost to cover that at that point in time. We didn't adopt the full rate at that point. We increased over time to meet that level, like 5 to 10 years out from that. Now we are capped. We're at the rate that was calculated back in 2009. All we can do under the methodology is increase it by the cost of construction till we do an update to the methodology, putting in place information from our new East and West Basin master plans.
Okay.
So it's like you do a study with estimated costs and estimated build-out, but then you review it every 5 or so years, 5 or 10 years, to see how actual compared to your estimate. So it's been a while since the methodology was updated from 2009. So now we'll do a new study, and I anticipate the methodology will either hold, or because the costs still fit within that methodology, or we'll have to increase the methodology. You may keep the structure, but the variable costs within the structure may change.
I guess I'm trying to understand, is there like a reason that we haven't evaluated this sooner? Are we behind because we haven't evaluated it?
There was significant, work that was done on our master planning, because they moved the master planning to be basins. So it took into account now treatment and conveyance. And so they did the East Basin first, and they just completed the West Basin. It was a big project. Just completed them, had them adopted, and now we have those as our known assets that build capacity in our system that we need to put then into the cost factor of the SDC calculation.
And we also had to do a bunch of, not only did you participate in those basin plans, one or more of them, or both of them as being part of CWAC, but we also, given that the utility is now just over 50 years old, there was a bunch of new rebuilding or replacement of different basins and trains within the treatment plants, and then some new technology movements that they made as well. So the reason I'm saying all of that is because there was only so much capacity that the team could take on at one time. But the foundational pieces, as Kathy is talking about, are those 2 basin plans and where we're going to be building what in order to respond to additional population growth and housing growth.
It's like a headcount issue if we couldn't allocate more resources to review this sooner.
There are only so many studies an agency can take on at one time.
Yeah, the master plan studies are pretty big, pretty complex. And in fact, when you put in the full basin.
So this is are you thinking that you'll take the SDC methodology to CWAC, even if it's for only informational purposes?
Definitely, yes.
So they'll get an overview of what the 2009 study did, what changed over time, and now where we are now with some of that growth, actuals versus estimates, as well as the new basin plan approach, as well as what we learned through all the operation and technology for how we advance things. So it's an inflection point.
I also think, to your point about an FTE issue, it's also, we look at these things as being, what can we afford to do, and what can our ratepayers afford to do? So these are stepped out in a fashion as well. I think we're a little late on the SDC side, but we've had all sorts of other things that we've done, the big basin plans, those to be able to get there.
But it's not uncommon for it to be in a jurisdiction to be 10, I mean, I've seen 10 years from, when an SDC and the study to support them have been done. And I would say that's probably typically the outer limit. So this one's a little bit longer than that, but they were also huge things that needed to be done. I'm just trying to think through, like, could we have done, or would it have made sense to do some sort of a reevaluation without doing the updated master plans? And I think the answer is no, because you wouldn't know what you're talking about, right? You would have no, because at a high level, with these capital plans, like the way the SDCs are calculated, and this is a way oversimplification, but from a non-engineer, non-capital person who's been in this for a while, They're taking those plans that say all this stuff's got to be done. They're pricing out approximately what it's going to cost to do all that, over what time period. They add all that up, and then they create the SDC, like the way the SDCs are going to support that over time. So you have to have that beginning part to be able to do the parts after that. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And it's really answering the question of how much of this work is needed because of new growth versus to just keep the current population footprint operating, you know, because you've got to replace some things because you've got to replace them over time, right? But what is that new growth potential? It's, an analogy is looking at road construction. You can either repave a road, same footprint as you currently have, or because we have either a backlog to accommodate growth or we've got new growth coming, you look at redesigning a road and expanding either the number of lanes or setting up the road controls differently so you've got more efficiency, those kinds of things.
So now I'm going to touch a little on the other outcome of a cost of study. This was at our 10-year financial forecast. So right here, we're showing you the graphing of our 10-year forecast. The bar graphs, those are all costs for both utilities and regional and local, so total costs annually for O&M, debt, and capital. And in the dotted line, that is rate revenue, and that's revenue generated based on the rates from our forecast. And as you can see, starting just in 2026, so the year that we're in right now, we have projected expenses totaling over $273 million in that year, and revenues are forecasted at approximately $246 million. So we believe that we are going to spend about $30 million in reserves this year on some of our capital program, and that's why you see that dotted line below those annual operating costs. Our forecast going forward, we show that we're running a small deficit overall through 2031, mainly due to that local program and truing up of the reserves. And after that period, and so during that period, reserves are going to be used to fund operations. And the forecast projects that expenses and reserve funds will be replenished beginning in 2031 and 2031-32 going forward. Yes.
Sorry, Kathy. I just wanted to make sure I heard it correctly. On bullet number 2, it's mainly due to the local program, so that's really truing up the local rate over time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So initially, we're going to be utilizing some reserves to operate, but when you look at the regional program, it's mainly covering its cost in those years. And now this is...
Kathy, what was the rate increase? I think I know the answer, but the rate increase forecast there that you have in the black, or the, revenue increases at what rate?
So that is based on our financial forecast, and in this year it's 6.4%. And over that whole period, the regional is 4% across the board. Yeah. The local on SWIM is 5%, and the SANI goes up on the local side. It's 21% in the current year, and it goes up slightly each year. I can't remember where it tops out at.
I think the 4% base, though, is important to understand. That's driving a huge portion of that.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so this graph is showing us the ending reserves based on our 10-year forecast. The blue lines are reserves. The dark lines are dotted. The line is our target reserves over that time period. So as you can see, in 2026, we do have reserves over our target amounts, and hence why we are able to fund at a deficit over a period of time. We show that the reserves will cover deficits through 2031 and begin to replenish reserves starting in 2032 based on our existing financial forecast. Of course, every year we'll review, we'll put actuals in and project out operating and look at our capital program and update our forecast and rate projections going forward.
So if I might, Chair. So did we choose to step up the local rates by 30/31 simply because we had the reserves to cover it? Or was it just to step them up at a consistent rate year over year?
Step them up gradually and try to get it within that 5-year period covering
So
its
just kind of,
program.
okay.
Yeah.
The nature of where we needed to step, we tried to do it over a course of time, and it happened to turn into the 5 years. Okay, thank you.
But it was also nice to have reserves.
Yes.
It would have been impossible without the reserves.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And so speaking to the reserve policy, so the board adopted our contingency reserve policy at their April 14th board meeting. The policy provides guidance on appropriate annual budget contingency and target level reserves for the district. Adequate reserves provide reliable service to customers, finance long-term capital projects, and fund emergencies. Part of the policy also included in it some key benchmarks that speak to for the district of how we are rated by the rating agencies, and also speak to our ability to meet cash flow. 4 metrics that they rate us on are the debt ratio. So the debt ratio is the financial ratio that indicates the percentage of our capital assets that are provided via debt financing. And in our policy, we try to keep that metric below 30%. That's our target. For credit rating, we want to maintain our current AAA and AA1, so AAA with Standard & Poor's and AA1 rating with Moody's. The rating is really important if we were to go for our bonds that are currently out in the market, but also if we were to go back out and get debt issuance, the higher ratings give us a lower interest cost on the borrowing. One of the other metrics is a number of days cash on hand. This is Clean Water Services liquidity position, and it has a large impact on our credit rating. And it's that how many days of operations do you have in cash? And in our rating, in our current AAA rating range, Standard & Poor's looks at a 700 to 900 days cash on hand as a strong indicator.
Which is important, because I didn't hear you say it this year, but you've taught me very well that this is the standard for utilities, which is different from local governments and local service districts that are not utilities. So thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And finally, the debt service coverage. This is required on our bond master agreement and any of our issuances. And currently, our goal and target is to exceed the minimum ratio of 2.25. So that's how many times your net operations cover debt service in any given year. So just as the future of this, so each year as we go to the board and we develop our budget and come to the budget committee, we are going to evaluate our target reserves, our financial forecast, and how we fall within these metrics, and make sure that we are moving forward and finding a means to fall within our target reserves over time and the adequate rate projections.
Can I pause right here before you switch to the next slide or portion? And because this was a section, this whole financial part from Kathy, where she went over a lot of rates and SDCs and reserves, so a lot of policy stuff that the board of directors has been seeing and weighed in on. So I just want to take a moment and ask patience from all of you to see from each of you as CWAC members, but including you, Ms. George, since this is your first year on the budget committee, I believe when we were talking earlier, we were talking about the rate study, maybe, and how maybe that should have also potentially gone to CWAC on an FYI basis, or maybe I'm remembering what we were talking about. maybe the billing, I don't know what it was. But
We did provide the cost of service study and rate development as presentations to CWAC to help these sort of building blocks. We did present the rate development study and cost of service study to the advisory commission as part of the building blocks for this overall conversation.
Yep. And I think maybe for next year, you might want to think about putting just in our information packet somehow, I don't know where it would go, what things did go to CWAC. You've certainly done a good job of representing when it went to the board, you know, where there were new policies adopted. And the reason that I say that is because of I just see CWAC as such a collaborator for us and providing more eyes for looking at really big programs. But it's also, this year is providing me with more of an opportunity to see how far have we come from last year in terms of transparency and communicating really the value of clean water services and how it is that we do what we do, sort of to both of your points earlier through the course of the day. So I just wondered if you had any other thoughts about what you've gotten visibility into today or wonder further about.
I'll add one point, which is Kathy will remember after one of the CWAC meetings sometime in the last year, I remember passing you a note and saying, how do you know if you have enough reserve or if you don't? How do you set that benchmark? And I'm just very pleased that as part of this cost of service study, you also incorporated some of these standards from utilities, because that now gives me, yeah, it gives that compass point for it. Yeah.
So with Kathy having finished her presentation, we now open the meeting for public comment. We have 30 minutes allotted for public comment, and each speaker will have up to 5 minutes. Clerk Moss, we have any members of the public, either in person or online?
Thank you, Chair Hogan. I did not see anyone come in this afternoon, but we'll make a general call. Is there anyone in the auditorium that wishes to provide comment for up to 5 minutes on everything you've heard on the Clean Water Services budgets? Just raise your hand, start coming forward. Not seeing any in the room. We do have one member online, Deanna Johnson. Ms. Johnson, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you can. Please go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say I've had an opportunity, of course, to attend all day today, the meeting. I was kind of hoping to hear if there were any updates around the low-income assistance. I did not hear anything about that. I do have a question about the slide. So as I mentioned at previous meetings, I handle a lot of the water, sewer, Portland Water Bureau bills for my family members. And I saw that slide that just popped up for rates remain competitive with other utilities. I was just kind of trying to figure out how you guys actually calculated that. I mean, when I look at the bills side by side, let's say 3 CCFs of water, I look at my sewer water bill, I have base fees for each of those. I got a $68 base fee for water, $75.79 for sewer. But then when I look at the Portland water bill, which is on a quarterly basis versus bi-monthly, the base fee is $75 and that covers 3 months. And then of course, I'm just trying to figure out where do we get that $158 per month that City of Portland, customers are actually paying. I'm looking at 3 CCFs on my bill and 3 CCF on my uncle's bill. And his bill is like $140 for a 3-month period for 3 CCFs of water. And I'm looking at my bill. My bill is well over $200. So I'm just trying to figure out how we got to these $158 that they're paying for 800 cubic feet, which is 8 CCFs. But I'd like to challenge that PowerPoint before we start wanting to include a flyer and explaining this to other customers in Washington County. But just to revert back to my original statement, looking for some low-income assistance. Again, I'm looking at a 3 CCF bill for Portland water bill at 142, and then I'm looking at a 3 CCF water bill on a bi-monthly versus quarterly. And it's like, again, my base fees alone for just using 1 CCF is already starting at $130, $130 for 2 months versus, a $75 base fee for Portland water bill, which they only have one base fee for both. So I heed my time. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I'm looking at these bills. I'm printing, and I'm all for, like Chair Harrington said, I like to print off these bills, have like 5 different highlighters, and analyze them very closely. So that's my style when it comes to using printers and not just kind of relying on the computers. But anyway, I heed my time. I'm rambling, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Well, hello, Ms. Johnson. This is Catherine Harrington, Board Chair for the Clean Water Services Board of Commissioners. And I'm doing something a little unusual today in trying to answer your questions directly. And part of it is because I want to do so because we've heard your testimony in our board meetings as well, expressing your interest in a ratepayer assistance program. If you look at the Q&A document that is listed as part of this meeting for today, on page 9, question 24, you'll see that the final report for the emergency assistance programs is expected to come to the Board of Directors of Clean Water Services during the month of November. That's only to say that we'll be getting the results of that report, and then once we have that report, the board will be able to look into what kind of programs, if any, we wish to move forward with, or possibly delay that until future years based upon capacity of both the board as well as our personnel. Then let me just finish, Director Treese. And then on your other part related to our comparison of other utilities, please do keep in mind that what we each see in our water bill in our jurisdictions is a combined bill of drinking water and sewerage and surface water. So for example, I live in the city of Beaverton, and so when I look at my bill, I've got the combination of regional and local services, and any other charges my city may tag on to the comprehensive water bill. But what this slide is looking at, slide 93 or so of the presentation, is just looking at the non-drinking water part of that bill. So the stormwater and the surface water part of that, and does not include any of the drinking water. We've also mentioned earlier in the meeting that on the Clean Water Services website, and Ms. Edwards may have the direct to us, but maybe we can update the Q&A document with the navigation to it and or a direct hyperlink for where you can see sample bills only within the Clean Water Services district. Most of the city of Portland is outside of the Clean Water Services service area, so we don't break down the city of Portland combined bill like we do with the various cities and an urban unincorporated area customer who's also a Tualatin Valley Water District customer. So thank you very much for joining us today. But Director Treese also had something to add.
I just wanted to also call attention to the fact that in the Q&A, I had asked that question number 16 with a very similar answer. So, and the reason for bringing this up is I just want to assure Ms. Johnson that this is on our minds, and we are looking forward to November for the results of that study. Thank you.
Number 4 also, question.
Do you have?
Thank you. So back to you, Clerk Moss.
Thank you, Director Harrington. Is there any other member online via Zoom who should provide public comment at this time? Just utilize the raise hand function. Not seeing any other hands, Chair Hogan.
Okay. It's time for a summary and a motion. Kathy, can you provide a summary for us? Sorry, Chair Harrington.
Thank you, Chair. I do have one other question related to the budget, and it's on the Q&A, so we don't have questions about the Q&A. Being a board member, I know that we have had the opportunity of new org charts, and I don't for the life of me know why we're propagating Exhibit A in the Q&A, because you had previously gotten board direction to use executive leadership team, and interim CEO Rick Shandley has operationalized that, yet nonetheless, we have Exhibit A. So what I would like us to propagate is the org chart that we currently have that represents reality.
I believe that Exhibit A was presented by Director Willie. Is that correct, Director Willie?
I couldn't find where Exhibit A was referenced.
Read question number 1.
That's correct, yeah.
Then we got to get in the current one, too.
Yeah, there was, what I did is, last year, I took this.
Yeah, I understand.
And I put all the numbers
Yes,
on it.
I remember that.
FTEs, budgets for each, all kinds of stuff like that. Unfortunately, I couldn't find that document when I went to start this year, so I kind of tried to make a different one, and then didn't. So yeah, I think if we could have this one updated, it would be good.
We have seen that in some of our other packets, our work session packets.
Yes, happy to provide an updated copy. It was being
A
responsive. to
current
Director
one,
Willis.
a
Yes.
current
Yep.
Exhibit A. So call it an A2. That would be awesome, because the whole rest of your budget follows that. So, that's all. And that was my last question.
And Commissioner Snyder?
Yeah, I want to make sure before we get any motions on the table that we hear any information from legal about how we need to deal with potential conflict of interest or not.
Yes. So we've done some research. It's actually not a potential conflict of interest. It's an actual conflict of interest for the board to vote on its stipend or compensation or anything that would affect the financial interest of you as public officials. And so the statute requires that you publicly announce the nature of the conflict in a public meeting, that there's a recording of it, audio is sufficient, and then you are free to vote on it.
So it goes back to the question, do we do that through the Budget Committee? Because last year, we had similar budgeted for our compensation, but we never heard back on how to effectuate that.
Well, I think we definitely do it here because we've got other members of the community.
We could have had a special budget committee last year, so
Yeah.
we've just not paid ourselves for a whole year. So thank you.
The best we can do is to fix it moving forward, I think.
So each of us, as the member of the Board of Directors, I, Board Chair Catherine Harrington, Director Jason Snyder, Director Pam Treese, Director Jerry Willie and Director Nafisa Fai have to abstain.
No.
We just
We
have to declare
that we have an actual conflict.
that we have an actual conflict of interest.
Yeah, in 2025, actually, the legislature clarified that if you're voting on a budget, if the compensation is part of a budget, then you're free to vote on it. So you don't have to abstain. Elizabeth, did I say that right?
Yes, that's correct.
But we still have to declare an actual conflict of interest.
Publicly announce the nature of the conflict.
Don't we have the same thing with regard to our travel and training budgets?
But those are business expense, like,
Yeah, that's
you're not benefit.
not compensation.
Yeah.
You got
I'm just saying, it's in the budget. We're voting on the budget.
What I witnessed in the city of Beaverton do is they actually declare the conflict of interest, but the person, that specific individual doesn't vote on it, and the rest of the board votes on it.
Well, we do that with regard to approving travel directly.
Yeah.
But this is carte blanche. This is all of the travel and all of the training for the budget.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if individual directors, like the rest, so that we have a quorum and that the vote is, you know, that each individual one that declares a conflict abstains from that voting and the rest of you voted. And then when it comes to Commissioner Willie, they vote. That's what I've seen other jurisdictions do in terms of the
On
voting.
their budget or on their specific instance of travel?
No, on a, I thought it was their, specifically on their salary.
Prior to 2025, there was an exception, a necessity exception. So if a minimum number of the board was required to vote, if you needed a quorum and people abstaining, you know, broke the quorum, then, you know, there was an exception. But in 2025, there's this new statute that says if you're voting on a budget and it includes, you know, compensation or, how is it worded, a private pecuniary benefit, then you can vote on it.
I think you have the most current information. I think the experience I'm referring to probably predates 2025. So let's go with your
We've gone over it
recommendation.
twice now.
Yeah.
Are you okay with it?
Have we stated the conflict, the actual conflict, clear enough in this in a public meeting, or do you need each of us to say exactly what the actual conflict is?
That's a good question. I think we could, you know, just state it publicly for the sake of the record that what we're voting on is the stipend, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I think travel is maybe could be distinguished as a reimbursement, right? That's not compensation.
He was getting at earlier.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
As well as any training.
I'd also like to take just a moment for a comment in regard to this, and that is that I just want to do some ground setting for members of the Budget Committee that aren't Board of Directors, and that is that this discussion has gone on in the past. There is a substantial amount of work that the Board of Directors does for Clean Water Services. We are looking to now and to the future for future Board of Directors that will sit in these seats to make sure that the compensation is fair now and into the future. The discussion feels a little bit like we're voting for ourselves. We're not just voting for ourselves, we're voting for, and you are voting for anybody who will be in this seat into the future.
Well, there's also important context that the county...
Conversation, please.
The county committee that reviews the salary for the commissioner specifically refused to and stated specifically that they were excluding any other activity, including Clean Water Services, which really kind of upset us in their evaluation.
Wasn't new. They did it 2 cycles in a row.
Yeah,
so
I got
4
to
years.
witness it 1 cycle, but apparently it's been a historical thing. And so part of our response to that is like, okay, this is clearly like we're doing, I estimate at least 15 to 20% of my time is spent on Clean Water Services. And there was literally no acknowledgement of of that. And so I think that's also important context here.
And do we have a number so that our fellow Budget Committee members know what the impact would be?
Yep, that was in the Q&A, I thought.
The total budget or per?
No, what
It was
the-
99 something.
Yeah,
Yes, it's on
divided by
page
5.
3 of the Q&A, question number 9. In the budget, it is $91,300, which it's technically $91,250, but our system rounds up to the closest 100.
And that's split 5 ways, is that
And
correct?
that is split
About
5 ways.
just over $18,000, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, so the math on that is $50 a day times 365 days a year for 5 members of the board.
And again, that $50 number's not been increased since at least 1973.
Can I add?
I have a question for legal myself, but go ahead, Chair, if you want.
Well, I was just curious, can I ask, do the commissioners receive like a stipend for any other boards or anything that they're on?
Nope, nope.
And by the way, this service is mandated by the election process. So we don't have a choice. We can't say, oh, I don't want to do that part. So when we're elected, we are elected to serve as commissioners and on the board of directors. So I just want to make sure that that's clear as well.
And I'll add that I was really annoyed last year, and this is why I raised it in one of our CWS all-day work session meetings in February of 2025, because as chair, I was spending significant amounts of time on clean water services with no compensation throughout the whole existence of the Salary Commission. We've had 3 cycles at least. And we'd gone back and forth across the 2 agencies about what really this CWS reimbursement to Washington County really paid for. So I was distressed that we didn't get proper, in my opinion, proper advisement last year at the Budget Committee to effectuate this. And now that my term is ending January 3rd, right to Director Teresa's point that doing this for future commissions is supremely important to me, because we're required to do this. This isn't optional work, but it's been uncompensated work. And I realize that multiple special districts have uncompensated work. But you know that going in, and there has been significant work, and I'm tired of doing it.
Commissioner Fye, did you have a comment you wanted to add?
Yeah, what was the offline conversation?
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for legal. I think I'm trying to work around the actual conflict. It's my understanding that that compensation is going to the county. It's going to be actual payment, because the way I read the budget was still being delivered to the county.
Maybe I should take this one, if I may. Director Fye, presently, funds are going to the county, but you all don't see any of that in your take-home compensation. The conversation today is about compensation that would actually be remunerated to you as directors, so that you would receive compensation in your pocket rather than it just going to the county and having it in part subsidize the overall compensation that you all receive as county commissioners.
Directly from Clean Water Services.
Directly from
Yes,
Clean Water
separate
Services.
W-2s.
Separate, okay.
CWS has never contributed towards our salary as long as the Salary Commission has existed, which was
2020.
Chair, I want to, I think it's important also, I guess, as you asked your question, it occurred to me that the Washington County Commission, Clean Water Services Board, also serves in multiple roles that are frankly covered in other counties and jurisdictions by completely different boards that don't involve the county commission. And the reason I raise that is, again, we're trying to make it clear how much, like, what the workload and the demands on our time are. And I want to state them here since you asked your question. I wasn't going to do this earlier, but I think from your context, it's important for you to know that we act as the Housing Authority Board of Directors, which in most other local counties that are large is not done by the commission. It's done by its own separate board. We have more than 200,000 people that are living in unincorporated urban areas, which means that we are essentially their city council, which is a whole other set of challenges that most other counties don't have nearly. Many have no urban unincorporated area. If they're doing their job right, they don't, is my opinion. And so we have that role. Plus, we have the Clean Water Services role. Plus, we have the county commission doing county-wide work. And all of those roles are roles that I laid out pretty clearly, and I think others did in the salary commission work, which was extensive, but the conclusion of it was interesting in that it didn't acknowledge any of those, including Clean Water Services. So I'm just giving you that as additional context for the bigger picture here.
Elaine.
Thank you. I have now become thoroughly confused by all of this. I had thought from the earlier discussion today, and I think it's correct, that the funds identified for board services were going to the county, but not for remuneration to county commissioners. That's right. Now we are talking about this going directly to county commissioners. And what
as CWS board
I want to ask then, is the county and county staff, are they subsidizing? I'm wondering if this remuneration goes directly to the board of directors, then what about any other ancillary county costs? Is that a concern? Does this need a little bit more conversation?
So there's an MOU on that, and it's being tracked because the support we get from our staff assistants, essentially the leasing and rent for this county facility. So all the IT people, the clerk, the packets that are hosted on the Washington County portal for CWS, that is what CWS will continue to pay for and remit directly to Washington County. But that is an intergovernmental agreement and doesn't need to be approved by the board any further. There's already an agreement there.
It appears that this would not make a material change to the budget then, right?
Not that I've heard through the Washington County side. I hear more about it from the Washington County side.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we had the declaratory statement on the record about the actual conflict of interest. And so I'm summarizing here. So from legal, I've heard that that has been done properly and is on the record, and we don't need any other separate motions. Rather, this goes to the whole proposed budget, and
we can vote.
And we all vote.
Okay.
Yep, because the legislature said we can. So now on slide 100. Chair, I'm not trying to take over your meeting, but.
Not at all. Yeah. So with that, do we have a motion to approve the fiscal year 26-27 budget?
In the amount of?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget in the amount of $833,661,000 as presented in the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget document and recommend it for adoption by the Board of Directors.
Second.
All in favor of the motion?
Vote by saying aye and/or raising your hand. Any opposed?
We have a motion.
It's unanimous, 10-0.
That's a win, Chair.
Thank you, everybody. I now declare the meeting closed and adjourned.
Can I just make another comment? Even though we're officially adjourned, I would have been happy to do it on camera and on mic. I just want to thank all of the budget committee members for your time and energy. Once again, I want to reinforce how valuable it is that you are CWAC members, so you have a really good exposure to what Clean Water Services does, that I think helps you with going through the budget. If you have any other thoughts on what would make for more useful dynamic, either just for your CWS meetings or for this meeting, please do let us know. We have 30 different boards and commissions on the Washington County side, but this is one that's very special to us in our CWS role, and there is no other, though the audit committee is just going into its second year, if I remember that right, or second budget year anyway. But also, thank you very much to staff on this. This is my last budget with Clean Water Services, as it is for Commissioner Willie, for sure. I've always been impressed, but every year they get better and better, which is why it has surprised me to no extent that I've kept reading. I haven't rested on my laurels, even though I will only experience 6 months of this next fiscal year. I read the whole bloody thing. And you saw right down to each of those line items. So really very, very proud of you, very, very honored to have the opportunity to go through this with each and every one of you, and I'm grateful for you. And if you're still listening out there, Mr. Shanley, thank you very much for your leadership. I see your thumbprints in this, very much so.
I'd like to thank all the staff as well, and as well as the CWAC members.
There's Rick.
I'm here. Thanks.
Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely. It's been great listening in. I'm so impressed with the level of questions and detailed scrutiny. We appreciate all that work that went into reviewing the budget, and thank you for the kind words, especially focused on staff that really took the challenge seriously last year to find ways to keep rates low and effective. So it's been a great journey to be on for getting to this point.
Rick, yourself and the members of the boards that are going off, you should come back next year and testify during the public comments. You better.
We're not allowed to, per Oregon ethics rules, we are not allowed to lobby in any way or
for
advise.
2 years, right?
For 2 years. No, you cannot. Read your Oregon government ethics handbook.
As if, why would you want? This is my old times. This is my 16th year of budget.